Why are we talking about Schmidt? What am I seeing? Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Made it with 3 seconds spare. Easy clap. Easy clap. Just in time. Assemble, everyone. How's everyone doing today? How is everyone doing? We got some things planned today. Kind of hyped for Spring Dance tinkering. We will also do that today. We will start with that because I do need to look into the archetype a little bit. But yes, that will happen. Looking like a busy stream. It is going to be a little bit busy, but I think that's a good thing. You know, you can't complain about having a little bit too much content. I do want to get some stuff done in Master Duel. Yugioh is free today? Oh, wait, we wait for the day now that it's Rongo. We wait for the day now that it's Rongo. Diamond or Duelist Cup content? The thing is, I was not planning on playing much Duelist Cup simply because, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think it has anything to do with how you qualify for the World Championship. So I don't think I personally just don't feel like they matter that much. But I saw this morning that well, I logged into Master Duel and I saw two things. The first thing is we are only 3 wins away from Diamond 1. So we're just going to speedrun that. Copium, surely we're just going to go 3-0, no problem. And depending on how quickly that happens, I might just play a couple of games in the Duelist Cup just to get some of the juicy gem rewards, because I did see that they have a couple of good rewards, you know. So maybe if I'm having fun with the Diamond 1 climb and I feel like doing more and it doesn't take too long, then we might do a couple of games of Duelist Cup, maybe, just to find out what the best deck currently is in the Duelist Cup. I think it's just Spright still. I feel like the Ishizu stuff, funnily enough, without tier, just doesn't have that much of an impact when we tried it. But yeah, maybe we'll see. But yeah, that's something we want to do today. Then we need to watch the rest, or we don't need to, but I want to. I want to watch the rest, the other half of the Yu-Gi-Oh history video, which is gonna take us about an hour probably. So that's on the agenda. And then I also don't want to do a just Master Duel stream though. So we are going to play TCG today, or play, talk, discuss TCG as well. That's going to be towards the end of the stream, where however much time we have left after Master Duel is just all going to be used on the TCG. Where I want to prepare a little bit more for the regional this weekend, and then we're gonna start also looking at Spring Dance for the new YouTube series. What about Deck Doctor? I have news about the Deck Doctor because we have been collecting I've been collecting entries for the Deck Doctor already from all of my subscribers. I will open at the end of the stream. Remember me, please, someone remind me to do that. I will open the submission for non-subscribers on my Discord as well. We're gonna see how many of them can still fit in there, because we already have a lot of submissions. But I will open submissions for Deck Doctor, and then we're gonna sort them on the weekend. And Deck Doctor will be on Monday next week. Deck Doctor will be on Monday next week, and submissions will stay open from today until early Sunday is when I think I want to start sorting them. So on Monday we will do the Deck Doctor. I have not hit Duelist level 20, but I don't really care about it. Unless you get like insane rewards, but as far as I'm aware, you don't. So I don't really, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Anyways, that's what's on the agenda for today. Quite a few things. I think it's gonna be fun. is 3k free gems. I get that. We might do a little bit depending on how I feel. But, I mean, look, I don't even manage to do my daily quests for the gems. I keep forgetting that. So, like, I'm the type of person... I'm the type of person that needs... I need competitive incentive to do that. When's the OnlyFans coming out? That's like the 5th time you've asked that. It's not that funny. You know, you didn't have to highlight it. It's not that funny. I saw it the first time, and I also saw it the second time. It's not that crazy of a joke. It's a lot of gems for it. Don't need to grind D20, but worth doing some. We might do some. We might do some. All right. Before we do that, though, as always, maybe it wasn't meant to be a joke. Maybe not. In that case, I have bad news for you. If you're actually expecting an OnlyFans, that's not good news. All right. Level 20 gives you into the next stage. Yeah, but the next stage is not worth much for me. 72-hour grind stream is not something I'm looking to do. That's not something I'm looking to do. What do you think about Purely after the support? I think Purely is going to be a solid deck in the TCG. I'm going to be honest. I think it's going to be a nice deck. All right. Card guesser. Let's go. What do we have? Some bird. Oh, that's a Blackwing. What? Oh, nah. It's not that. Gladius. All right. Easy 10 points in 30 seconds. Not even good. I do not know who you are, I think. Oh, no, I do know that card. That's a Blue Eyes. Oh, that's a Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes. Solid? Yeah, well done. Easy clap. That's a Mermail's, one of the Mermail's scales. Abyss scale. No. It's not Mizuchi. I knew that. So it was a 50-50 and I missed, of course. Okay, this one I don't know. Tripper Mercury. All right. This is a psychic monster. It's like... I've seen it. It's like Psychic Ogre. Final Psychic Ogre. Okay, there's a lot of Final Psychic Ogre. There's a lot of ogres. Didn't know that. Thought I could find it. What's the... Oh, it's Foolish. Yeah, I was like, the only card with the shovel is Foolish that I can think of, but it somehow didn't click. Anyways. Okay, Tyrant. Nope. Hero, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate that. I hate the Tyrants cards because they all look so similar. Okay, I'm sure this is like... Oh, this is Cluster Phoenix. This thing? Yeah. Curse of Aging. Yeah. Clutch. This is a shark. Is that Abyss Shark? Saber Shark. Okay, well done. Here we have probably Frightfur Fluffle, but oh yeah, Kraken. And this is Oliver? This is Warrock? Really? I'm skipping. I could have sworn this was one of the Ignite level 5 synchros. I thought that was that. Don't tell me it doesn't look very close to that what I was thinking of. That's Trigate? Really? This looks familiar. Oh yeah, that's Goatee Chain. Nope. This is like Mischief. I'm God, this thing, right? Is that the one they played in Mystic Mine? Oh, I know this. Oh yeah, this is not. It's not Chaos Rider Gustav, but it's like the other one. This plate rider, yeah. Baby dragon. Uh, Fabled. Yeah, Leviathan. I have no idea. Nope. This thing I have seen. It's like a level 3 or 4 water monster, but I don't know exactly. Drill Barnacle. That sounds right. Yeah. That is Nephthys. Nephthys. Okay, there's a lot of Nephthys now. Okay. Sacred Phoenix. And here we got nothing that I'm aware of. Dig of Destiny. Nope. This is a hero card, but like a bad hero cards, which is most hero cards, but hero ring. Yeah. That's Gemini Summoner? Yes. This is... Oh, Taya. I never realized Taya looked this badass. Oh, Geroid. Dark Geroid. Yeah. Vylon or some shit. Constellar. Satellar Knight. Same thing, dude. Like, come on. Who made that? That's Mistworm. I was thinking Needlebug Nest for a second, but then that looked different. Is that Honeybot? No. It's one of those binary sorceress? Yeah. Old. Tiger Axe, I think. Yeah. And we have... I do not know. Whitefish Salvage. Is that evenly? I don't feel... Is it evenly? No. Okay. This thing. Well, I'm annoyed because we had this, I think, yesterday or 2 days ago, but I don't remember. Who remembers? The Glad Beast Assault. Okay, Beast Assault. Wait. Assault. Okay, there's way too many. I can't find it. It's rejection. You lied to me. You lied to me. This is Honest Neos. This is Vortex Dragon, right? Vortex No, the other one. The one that Vortex summons. Absolute. I mixed them up. Oh, this is a trap card. I want to say, is it called Chthonian? No, it's called Strike Slash. Yeah, you're right. It's some spellbook shenanigans. Spellbook of Fate? Really? Oh, yeah. Ojama cards are always so goofy. What the hell is this one? Ojama Party? That does not exist. Ojama Pajama? That's a link monster. That's a link monster. Wait. That's a... I've seen this. World Gears? Yeah. That's Madolce. Oh, that's Tiramisu. Yeah. Easy. No. Some cyber shit. My favorite type. Who is this? Why is he so lonely? Bright light? Bright light. Nope. Bright light or skip? Well, it is skip then. Starlight, star bright. Well, you were close. You were close. This is Mirror of Oaths. Mirror of Oaths. The anti-Glad Beast card. This is... Oh, wait. This is a Tyranno. Just, the older... One of the older ones, though. Ultimate Tyranno? No. It's not Black Tyranno. Wait, what? Is that a spell, maybe? Oh, it's... Okay. That is Mermaid Archer. Diva targeted Edison, by the way. This is... Squad Boral? No. Mini Boral? Mini Boral. Is this the Predaplan? Or not? Doesn't look like a Predaplan. Oh yeah, it's Thunder Dragon Duel. Machina Soldier. Yeah. Plunder. But which one? Or like it could be any. Merc. Easy clap. I guessed that. I had no idea. Oh, this one, it looks very familiar though. Oh, this one looks so familiar. I feel bad even clicking zoom on this one. I feel like I should know this. Arsenal Robber? I think that's true, yeah. Is that Big Eye? Yeah. This is Digrapher on a card, but it's not Digrapher, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's like it's a spell that I don't know. Moral boost, yeah. This, on the other hand, I don't think I have seen. Looks like some ice barrier stuff. Yep. This is like red, dark red enchanter. Yeah. Another ice barrier. Pretty sure. So I'm gonna skip. There's way too many of these. Oh, it's not even that. Holy shit. It's not even an ice barrier. This one is also called Ogre. But the bad news. Okay, it's just red Ogre. Okay, good. Because I didn't realize it was just red Ogre. I didn't know that. This is it's the, what's it called? This thing, right? Yeah. That's I was looking for the word element saber in my head. I didn't find it. I have no idea. Some cyber stuff, I think. Flower Guardian is a skip for me. Flower Guardian is a skip if I've ever seen one. This is a Blackwing, also a skip. Okay, well, it looks like we don't get any more. It is what it is. 805. That's not bad. That's not bad. I think we have a... Yeah. We have a channel for this now. I'm just going to put the score in there, I think, so we keep track. Pop. We have a channel on the Discord to keep track of our high scores now, so I'm just gonna throw that in there. Also, hey, we passed 25 minutes and the stream didn't die. Pog. Good day. Easy. All right. All right, and you said the daily Yugioh was super easy today, so I'm gonna try it without looking at Chad. We're gonna start with Rongo. Okay, effect monster, old, low defense, low attack, low level. Let's go with Maxi. Okay, it's level 3. It's not Earth, not Dark. Even older than 2011. What's a level 3 that's older than level 20 than 2011? Let me think of a light monster maybe. Light level 3. That's a flip monster. Lumina? Could it be Lumina? Could be Lumina. Oh, light level 3 before 2008 even. Oh, even lower than 1,000 attack. Even earlier than 2008. What's a light level 3? Older than 2008. It can't be a Lightsworn because 2008 was the first year for Lightsworn. It cannot be a Lightsworn. It's also not a spellcaster. What's the year? What is there, like 2006, 2007? What are the decks that people played? Monarchs. That doesn't have any level 3 light monsters. There's... It's tough because I can't think of many level 3s that aren't flip monsters. Like, everything is level 4 that I'm thinking of. Except for... Ooh. Oh, come on! Come on, what? Oh, 300 attack, light fairy, level 3 from 2007. That is not Marshmallow. What the hell is it then? I actually don't know. Because, like, there's a Light Sworn, but that's not from... Yeah, that's from later. It's not an agent, I'm pretty sure, because... Oh, it could be an agent. It's not Venus. Oh. It could be that, yeah. Ooh, it's Ruby Carbuncle. I cheated, though. I looked at chat because I couldn't think of it. I cheated. I glanced over. Yeah, but... I did not realize this was a Light Fairy. That's true. I thought I had it when I remembered Marshmallow. I thought I had it. I really thought I did. Why? Okay. All right. All right. Now, warm up out of the way. How's everyone doing? Should we load up? Should we load up Master Duel right away? Should we load it up right away, or is there anything else we need to talk about, react to, you know? I don't think so. We can talk as we play. That is true. That is very correct. All right, there we are. We are in Diamond 1 and we need only 3 more. We are in Diamond 2 and we need 3 more wins until tier 1. I do want to not play Runick Spright because people seem to really hate that. I do want to play some Spright, but I want to change the deck up a little bit. Because I felt like the Nimble was actually not that great. I wanted to play the Beckoning Beast. D-Stein, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate that. That's a super rare, but we have gems. Okay. Runick Ishizu that won the MCS. Ooh. Did it? Wait, what is it called? You can just look for Hamon, I'm pretty sure, and then you'll find it. Okay, and that is a rare. This. Generate these. We need to cut some cards. With this package, we can play a Cap Shell. That's not the worst idea. Let's take out Pixies. Take out a Talents. Maybe we play one of this thing just to keep it 40. Cosmic seems good right now in Master Duel. Everything else I'm pretty sure can just stay. All right, let's hop in. Let's see how quickly we go. If we just go 3-0, I'm pretty sure, and we have some fun, we can just play some Duelist Cup as well. All right, good hand, good hand. No out to Maxi, but not the worst. I feel like if we get Max Seed here, they're playing 60 cards. Oh, come on, dude. That's 60 cards. Why is it every time I log into Master Duel, I want to log off Master Duel? Can someone explain that to me? Can please someone tell me why whenever I log into Master Duel, I want to log off? Can I at least mill Ronin Totem? No? Okay. Snow Tragedy Agido. Oh my God, please, for the love of God, what the hell is going on? Did I mill Ronin Totem this time? No, of course not. No, of course not. Win 3 in a row, he said. Have fun, he said. Yeah. God damn it. I mean, come on. I can't do, like, how am I supposed to prepare for freaking 60 card Herald of the Orange Light with Kelbeck? Mil Aguido. Like, how am I supposed to beat that? Trust, they will put their branded fusion with Tragedy into the middle. Trust. Trust. The worst thing about all of it is if I just mill a Ronin Toadin, I'm completely fine. If I mill a Ronin Toadin, I just win. Actually, no, because they milled Snow. I lied. But still. What the hell is Fluffle Bear? Send this card from your hand to the grave. Set a toy vendor directly from your deck. You contribute this card and target a poly. Okay. No, they're realizing the imperm zone. Stop. Once per turn, you can discard a card, draw a card, and show it. If it's a Fluffle, you can special summon a monster. Otherwise, discard the card you drew. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Please discard that, sir. Please discard that. Grass looks greener. Thank you. I mean, the thing is, they have Tragedy in the graveyard and Branded Fusion from their 2 millers, so they can definitely access a Branded Fusion. So unless they set it here, we're Omega screwed. How? How is this your play? You're not being serious right now. How is that your play? Why not Tragedy reset Branded Fusion? Now? Oh, come on. You doing that now? Did they mill all the Albaz? They milled 1 Albaz. So unless they only play 1, they have more. But maybe you're right. Maybe they only play 1. But they're resetting Branded Fusion right now. Set it here. Here. Please. Please. Click middle. No. God damn it. Why? Why are Master Duel players evolving? You have no out to maxi in 60 cards. Yeah. That's what I mean. Now, this Maxi's got to do some heavy lifting because they have a Snow in the Grave too for next turn. Do you play Duel Links? No. Not really. I used to, and I do like the game, but I think it's just way too expensive. I don't feel comfortable with how expensive it is. I hate it. Come on. Okay. Now, our hand does not even play through the Mirror Jade right now. Is the very bad news. Okay. I'm confused. I'm confused. First time I catch up to, been watching your on the VODs channel. Hey, welcome. Glad you finally make it to a stream. Pex thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate that. Hello from OCG Land. Hello to OCG Land. I'm glad you're watching. Pops to normal and GG? Probably. Yep. Probably. Unless Unless we're just sick with it, right? The problem is they still have snow. The problem is they still have snow. But since we milled, actually, since we milled Capshell, we can revive with the continuous spell. No, we can play through snow. The problem is if they if they target Adlib here, yeah. Dragostapelia is not a problem because we have Smashers. We'll see. I think it's possible. What's the deck list? As always, when I stream Master Duel, I will put the deck list in my Discord, and you can see it in the current deck list. You can see it in the current deck list tab. But I haven't done that yet, so thank you for reminding me. I will do that after this game. This one is tough. It depends on how they use their interruptions, but we could theoretically win this. If they have no hand trap, I'm pretty sure we're fine. Actually, no, we're not. We lose to the snow. But they have no board after. Yeah, we lose to the snow. We lose... Well, we don't lose to the snow. We can't play this turn. We only lose if they have... Bro, never mind. Bro, never mind. What the hell? Why? Why? What? What is yours? What do you have? What do you have? How do you have another? What is that? What is that? What does that do? Chat. Chat. They milled one of the scythes already. How do I lose? How do... Bro, just attack me, dude. Oh, come on. All right. First game of the day. First game of the day. We need to win 4 in a row to hit Diamond 1. Let's see if we can do it without losing. Good hand. Good hand. Even though we have Called By, I would prefer them not having Maxi because I do want to use my own. Oh. Did we win the last game? What last game? This is the first game. We're just getting started. The thing is, if we go for red, we play around Nib. But we do play into Imperm a little bit. Is it that bad if we get Imperm, though? It's kind of annoying. If I started for Carrot, though, I lose to Nib. Like, I lose. But actually, we can also just Gigantic immediately, I think. Or we could have made a Jin Buster, actually. Jin Buster and Carrot. Well, now it's too late. I already clicked. We get Imperm now. It is what it is. But Swap Frog. But yeah, the correct play was probably go for Jin Buster plus Carrot. Then Elf, bring back Swap. I did overlay with the Beckoning Beast before using my extra normal, which is a little bit stupid, but I guess it is fine. And now I didn't link off my Swap Frog. It's been a while since I've played with Ronin Toad, and I'm very used to being like, I need to keep my Swap Frog on the field. I'm just a Master Duel Pepe guy, as it seems. Okay, I can fix it, though. Hold up. Discard a card. Yep, we discard this. Bring this back. We just make an IP and then bring back the Swap Frog. It's fine. It's just the order is different, but it's okay. Is this deck good or not? I think it's good. I think it is good. So now we bring back the Swap Frog. And then Swap Frog just sends another Swap Frog. And then we probably just started for Carrot right off rip. Is it better than Runick Spright? Probably not. I don't think so. I just think it's It's a little bit faster, which sometimes is better in ranked, I think, because it just gives you more games. Wait, where's Toad? Is Toad banned? Toad is banned! Oh god, I forgot Toad is banned. No! Oh, where's Toad? Oh my god, what do I do with these now? Oh my god, oh no. Oh no, I forgot Toad was banned. It's fine. Oh my god, it doesn't count. I mean, I guess I just leave these here, dude. I mean, we have... I mean, yeah, I guess. I'm just gonna bounce my swap frog for the next turn. In the past. God damn. Where's Toad? Why is Toad banned? God damn. Now I'm sad. Now I'm sad. Oh, God. Educational streamer, by the way. Math mech diameter. Am I supposed to do anything about that? I don't feel like I need to. Do addition and subtraction start a chain? Or should I have dropped Maxi immediately? I forgot. I think they start a chain, right? Oh, they go for this combo? But like... Sure. Target a Mathmech in your grave, special summon it. I mean, I can just start with Carrot. Or, I mean, Carrot seems like the least investment. I could also just call to buy, but... I think I'm just doing that. Tengu Yugioh, thank you for the 6 months. I appreciate you. End of the main phase. We're going to use Elf to bring back Blue. I think the Sacred Beast engine is better than Beaver in Master Duel because they don't play into Max C as much. They don't play into Max C as much. Actually, let me show you the deck and make a screenshot for Discord. Pop. Oh, X Crazy already did. Okay, perfect. Easy. Good mods. Thank you. Why the frogs without Toad? I mean, they're still, with Ronin Toadin, the frogs are still a very, very good engine in Spright, simply because they provide you so many bodies, as well as follow-up, because even, like, you end up with so many level 2s. Alright. That's a lot of maxis. Ah! This is not a real day, right? I'm still dreaming. I'm still in bed, right? Please, someone tell me I'm still in bed. I haven't woken up yet, right? There's no way. Should I play Sacred Beast Engine if I have Royal Rare Beavers? In that case, no. Play Beaver. Because Royal Rare Beaver cannot be ashed anyways. Or Maxied. Unless they have Royal Maxi. I mean, we're just dead, right? Through the game. Come on, dude. Are we? Yeah, we are. If they raise our Beckoning Beast back, we can't play. I already know today's a cursed day, dude. I already know today is cursed. Or maybe Master Duel is just cursed. Who knows? Anyways, first game of the day. Wait, they're letting me go first? That's never a good sign. They're letting me go first. That's never good. Problem is, it's Numeron. I can't do anything about it. Unless I find a Cosmic Cyclone. That's like the best thing I can do. I can Gigantic for a Cap Shell instead of a thingy. Or I could also get... I could get Smashers here instead of Starter. Yeah, let's do that. Let's diversify our end board a little bit. Make the Gin Buster. I don't think we need to worry getting into defense position because like we're gonna have links anyways in attack. And then just I guess Gigantic for Cap Shell. See if we can find a Cosmic Cyclone. Like normally I would just grab Swap Frog and go for Elf plus IP, but in this case, because they let us start, I'm gonna do this. And Elf, draw a card. Good other draws include like we could also draw Carrot or Red. Those would be good draws. Maxi is a good I guess is fine. I mean, can't complain. In case of kaijus, let's just maxi immediately. Also talents. Let's just do it in draw phase. Did I say Diamond 1 speedrun? I meant Diamond 3 speedrun. We're trying to make our way to Diamond 3, chat. The worst thing is that, like, I'm drawing fine hands. I'm drawing fine hands in all these games. It's just my opponents are drawing out of this world. And what the hell is Fossil Dick do there? Oh. I mean, might as well imperm now, dude. After that, I can't anymore. All right, nice. Thanks for the free link material, bozo. Probably make elf with these two. Don't think we can. I mean, we have Cat Shark. Can we OTK? We don't play Gamma Burst. I'm not sure if anyone would be running Nib in this environment, but kind of probably a Called by the Grave if it's like an FTK deck. It looks like an FTK, right? Because I feel like most other versions would go Oviraptor instead of Scrap Raptor. I need the deck list, exclamation mark deck, and then you will have it. Go carrot. I am playing into Nib just because I think it's unlikely that they play it, but even if they do have it, I have talents. So I'm not too worried about it. Imperm. Target what? Target elf? Why elf? That's the worst one. God damn it. Why elf? Why not carrot at least? Master Duel Andes. We could grab a red or a cap shell. I'm trying to think how I attack over this scrap raptor. It's kind of a problem because of the field spell. I don't play Phoenix, unfortunately. I cut pixies. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Probably just cat shark. Miss timing on Swap Frog. All right, I didn't even know Swap Frog could miss timing. That's never happened to me, but okay. I don't want a Soul Sweepers because then it comes back. Cat Shark is enough, right? Cat Shark is fine. What rank are we at? We do not talk about it. Enemy controller. Does that do anything? No. This only works if a vanilla would be destroyed, right? Normal monster. Okay. We do some teeny weeny damage. But it's fine. And then IP. I hate how Lost World makes sprites so small. They're already so small, but like this is a problem. Because it might take a while until we can win. The good news is it's very hard to lose though from here on out. Because they have 3 cards. We have IP Max C, Called by Enemy, and Carrot. And because they have Lost World, they can't even use stuff like Evenly or Lightning Storm. Should I banish the Zeus package when using Prosperity? Unfortunately, there's unfortunately no like set some cards that you can always banish. It always depends on your hand and the situation. Okay, Pancratops. Do not care. I'm gonna enemy controller your Pancratops to defense. Because after the token gets summoned, I can't target it anymore. I'm just gonna make sure it can't attack over anything. Oh shit, I forgot to max C. Yeah, of course. Should have maxied. Giant Rex. Yep. I mean, we can just link off the token with IP. End of main phase. Let's activate IP. What do you target? The token? You can't target IP. Elf still has the same effect as last turn. Oh, you target Called by. Okay. I'll banish the Raptor since you targeted the called by. I don't need to worry about the banishing the thingy. Sure. And then I'll just summon a unicorn with the token. And I think we just shuffle in Lost World. I don't think we need to worry about the Giant Rex. We could also shuffle in the Giant Rex. Let's shuffle in Lost World. They have a response? What could that be? Called by? No. Oh, Scoop. Nice response. Okay. My favorite response. Okay, we're still not even where we started. What the hell is this day? That unicorn art is so 2022. Oh right, I have the other one even. I do have the alt art unicorn. I could play that. I just haven't changed it yet since I pulled it. All right, hand could be better, but it could also be worse. They're playing 44 cards, so naturally they're gonna open the nuts. I'm not ashing the Foolish Burial. What's that? Ishizu stuff? What's going on? Could be branded. In that case, I definitely don't ash the Foolish. Now, in that case, I feel like I maybe could have ashed the... maybe I could have ashed the Foolish. Please don't make infinite negates. Thank you. I am scared. So it looks like, yeah, it looks like we're just going to ash the Beyond the Pendulum. But Electromite is also here, right? If they make Electromite first, that can't be ashed. Ashing Astrograph is okay, but isn't Astrograph not once per turn? So I think I remember Astrograph not being once per turn, so they could just do it again. Do you have a search target for this? No. Diviner? That's fucked up. I kind of have to ash that, no? Because, like, if I don't ash it, they just make Barone. But if I do ash it, they just make Beyond the Pendulum. So do I just not ash it and hope they make Beyond the Pendulum and not? I could not ash it and hope they still go Beyond. Or I ash it and then they definitely go Beyond. I'll ash it and see what they do. I'm too scared of Barone. My hand plays very poorly into Barone right now. Because I only have like one powerful Spright card. What the hell is Sulfa Quartz? Is this an FTK? Why do you have so many freaking royals? What kind of freak crafts cards until they have royals for a pendulum FTK? There's no way you have you crafted for these. You spent money for these. Why? I'm gonna save myself some time. This is not an FTK though? Yeah, okay. And how do I break like multiple negates with this freaking hand? Oh yeah, I forgot to check the deck for how many royals they had. We can do that. Only 5 games away. Any time now. Song name: Head, Shoulders, Knees, and Toes. That's what I mean. I'm drawing solid hands, but everyone is just like off the charts today. No, there's a chance. There's a chance. I'm getting the feeling we should maybe return to 3 talents currently. It feels like a very good card, but I already know as soon as I go to 3, I'm gonna start dead drawing it. It's always goes. But yeah, talents does win this. I wonder if there's a way we can kill, but I don't think so. So technically I could prosp first. There's also an argument to prosp later, so that I can see what they do in response to the talents. Because they might chain Mirror Jade or something, because they don't want me to steal it or something. Yeah. Chain Mirror Jade. What do you banish? Your own Dragostapelia or the Mirror Jade itself? The Mirror Jade itself. Okay. That's worse, I think, but I'll take it. Now, the fucked up thing is that they also had a Keldo as a discard, because otherwise I could do something like Dark Revive the Dragos Tapelia. I'm not sure if we do have game, but we maybe do. And let's see. The Keldo might mess us up, like, but we can also set up a red maybe. Prosp for a potential max C out. I could have. The thing is, if I prosp, I'm pretty sure they'd chain anyways. And it eliminates all possibilities of potentially gaming them, so... The thing is, though, we don't have to kill here, right? They have a tragedy in hand. We don't have to go for game. We really don't have to go for game. Yeah, I think it's fine not to go for game. Let's see. We do not need this. We're not gonna make that right now. We don't need all the elves. I'm pretty sure we only need one gigantic. We're not gonna need this, and we're not gonna go for cat shark. The only issue I have, I kind of want to go for Dark Revive Dragos Tapelia. That plays into Nib, though. Because I have to do it before starter. I would have to do that before starter. Maybe that's too risky. Maybe that's too risky. Because, like, Nibiru is, like, I think the only card how we can potentially lose this right now. Yeah, I think we're fine. I could make Jin Buster, Dark, Revive Dragos Tapelia, but then I have to starter to Dark Dragos Tapelia starter. No. Starter locks me, so I'm skipping the line with Dark. We're not gonna make a Dark. It's fine though. Should have attacked first, I think. But I can just make a big gigantic. Yeah, it's fine. So big gigantic. We prosp, so getting cap shell is not do anything. I had game if I played into Nib. If I play into Nib, I had game. Also, I didn't have the call to buy. Remember, I don't have the call to buy if I, you know. Could have searched Maxi. I think Carrot is pretty good against 3 cards. I mean, 3 cards, one of them is a tragedy. We should be okay. Because we go Gin Buster. And then we can still make an elf with this. Albion will trigger. I can negate it with the Gin Buster, and then I have Gin Buster as tribute fodder for the other 2. It's fine. Velocity, thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Lunch break already over? No, I've just gotten the food. We're doing lunch break probably after this game. So that way it's still warm. And not cold like on the other days. Okay, they go Poly. That's annoying, but that means it's 2 monsters. That means it cannot be branded fusion, so we can just do this. That means they can't have branded fusion. And we can also use Elf immediately for this. Yeah. We don't have to play around with any power spells anymore. That's the good thing. I mean, yes, I will be aggressively destroying that polymerization. So that means their only way of playing is Tragedy and then Crash. But that we can negate with red. They don't have Tragedy in the graveyard. They added it back with Branded in red and then did not fuse with it on the first turn. They added it back and then they fused with the Adlib in hand. So they didn't have it. Yeah, they have to Crash, but we have red for that. And the other card in hand is a monster. So I don't think there's a monster that does it. If they don't even use it. Okay, easy. We have 25, 25, 39. Yeah, that was a game already without doing anything. That was... I thought we may have lost that one after they had Branded Fusion plus Ash, but the talents really the talents really saved our ass there. Okay. All right, chat. That means we have a little bit of an earlier lunch break today. And if you were here yesterday, you already know what we're going to do for lunch break today. You already know what we're going to do for lunch break. Oh yeah, I'm going to show you the pendulum deck. Yeah, I'm going to show you the pendulum deck real quick. Yes. Match history. They have 3 royal rare of this Cutia thingy. 1 royal ash, a royal Destrudo. That's not real. Royal Gracia. Royal Astrograph. Royal Entis. Royal Coverture. There's only 2 possible explanations for this. Either they are a mad lad and just craft it until they freaking had all of that, which is a crazy thing to do. The other explanation is for some reason they just got really lucky with certain packs and royals, and they decided to play a deck. They decided to play a deck that specifically uses as many of their royals as possible. But actually, there's no way. They have 3 Sulfur Elegance, 3 Cutia. Nah, they're just mad. It's just rigged. Yeah. Cavernasu, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. They have to be like some oil baron, in which case, you know, if you ever see this person, link them my stream, okay? All right. Easy clap. Okay, chat. If you were here yesterday, you already know what we're doing for lunch break today. Because we started watching a very good video yesterday. And don't worry, we'll get back to Master Duel soon enough. But even a streamer, man, has to eat. So we're gonna finish the video we started yesterday. I'm gonna recap it very, very quickly because it was a very nice video. I'm gonna recap it for everyone that wasn't here yesterday. The video is called The Complete History of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Meta, Part 1. Don't ask for Part 2 because Part 2 does not exist yet, but it's a very enjoyable video that summarizes the Yu-Gi-Oh! Metagame. And yesterday we watched until this point, which was until the very first Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship. The very first Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship is where we are at now. So let's go.
Specifically were pretty significant, which was especially important because these changes were going to be enforced at an upcoming tournament that was, well, it's difficult to properly convey the magnitude of something like this, especially compared to the extent of what the majority of Yu-Gi-Oh! Players had experienced by now, which was a typical weekend at locals. This upcoming tournament was a bit more high profile than that.
Ladies and gentlemen, Upper Deck Entertainment and Konami Corporation welcome you to Madison Square Garden for the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2003.
Announced on June 30th of 2003, the World Championship was an invitational tournament featuring 18 players from all around the world. The participants were all either national champions or top-ranking players on the game's official leaderboard, which kept...
Is there anyone there that you still recognize? I don't think I know anyone who's gone to the 2003 World Championship.
Track of player scores based on their performance at smaller tournaments. All 18 of these players had already proven that they were among the best in the world, so it goes without saying that this was, up to this point, the pinnacle of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Altogether, the deck lists submitted by the players paint a clear picture of the contemporary metagame. Control and Beatdown were the decks to look out for, and were the only decks represented at the World Championship. This was the perfect opportunity for Hand Control and those who believed in it to prove what it was really capable of, by putting itself to the test against the deck that had defined the game for the past year and a half. To say that the Hand Control players were successful in doing this would be an understatement. Almost all of the beatdown players at the tournament were eliminated during the first round, and those that did make it to round 2 were playing beatdown control hybrids. None of these players would go on to win
beatdown Andes, dude.
A single match during the tournament's top 8, leaving Control as the only deck represented from the semifinals onward. There was no room left for doubt at this point. Beatdown had been completely obliterated, and Hand Control had taken its place as the new best deck in the game. Two of the top 4 players had built notably aggressive versions of the Hand Control deck. Yuin Lung from Hong Kong played 2 copies of Don Zalug and 3 copies of Drop Off, while Mike Rosenberg from the United States played 3 copies of Spirit Reaper and 2 copies of Drop Off. Both of these players were paired against each other during the semifinals, and in a written report of the event submitted to Pojo.com, Rosenberg explains that Lung was able to secure a clean 2-0 victory.
If I recall, it was pretty lopsided. I don't think I had
interviews with some of the players from back then. That's cool. That's very nice.
A very good matchup against him, honestly. He was just a better player. I felt like I was pretty fortunate to get through as many single elimination matches as I did. And I like, it's really hard for me to recall what the details were. I do not recall having a close match against him.
After the semifinals, Rosenberg would play Against Hui Tao Soon, also from the United States, to determine who would come in 3rd place. The match that would determine the champion was between Yuin Lung and Shigeki Kitamura from Japan. The first 2 games were decided by Ring of Destruction. In both cases, it allowed the person playing it to push for immense damage all at once with just a single monster. Kitamura won the first game, and Lung won the second, though something worth mentioning about Game 2 is that it was extremely long because Fiberjar's effect resolved 4 times throughout it.
I just recall the 2 casters who were doing an announcement for those who were like watching from the big screen in that tournament venue. You could hear them incrementally getting more tired as they talk about a Fiberjar flipping and basically resetting both of what these decks are trying to do. They were both Hand Control.
As the last two had been, Game 3 was extremely intense, but was ultimately decided by a late-game
Hypnos,
heavy
thank you for the
storm
6
played
months,
by Lung.
appreciate that.
This allowed him to safely attack for game, winning him both the match against Kitamura and the title of World Champion. Mike Rosenberg, meanwhile, secured a third-place finish by winning his match against Huai Taosun, meaning that both of these highly aggressive builds of the hand control deck went completely undefeated at the World Championship, aside from their lone run-in with each other. Something Rosenberg's deck lacked in comparison to Lung's, however, was the consistency provided by playing Mystic Tomato. Lung.
Alright, chat. The very first World Champion deck on the left. I actually don't remember ever seeing this one. Very interesting. 41 cards! 41 cards! Won the World Championship for the very first time. Let's analyze this deck how we analyze today's decks, huh? I mean, there's a lot of 3-ofs. There's a lot of 3-ofs. It's pretty consistent. Don't love the 41 cards, but I mean, looks like a pretty good deck list to me. What's the name of that trap card? Which one? So this one is drop off, which is, it does nothing other than your opponent discards the card they just drew. You activate it during your opponent's draw phase, and they have to discard whatever they just drew. And then it's Ring of Destruction, Mirror Force, Call of the Haunted, and Imperial Order. So that's the trap lineup. So the idea of the deck is basically just like, it's basically goat control, just like 2 years early. So there's no like scapegoat metamorphosis shenanigans yet. Instead, you play like Donzaluk, Spirit Reaper. Oh, it doesn't even play Spirit Reaper. That's not based. But it has like Donzaluk, Yadagarasu, and Drop Off to have like some hand control elements in it. I don't know.
And Kitamura both played 3 copies of the card, and they were the only players at the World Championship who did. Even Upper Deck's official coverage of the tournament made note of this, remarking on the power of, to paraphrase them, the heavy deck manipulation provided by Witch, Sangan, and Mystic Tomato. Lung and Kitamura's success at this event would make playing Mystic Tomato, and to be more specific, playing 2 or 3 copies of the card significantly more popular going forward. Something else that played a role in Yuin Lung's victory, though, was his side deck, which was more well-tuned to the competition than anyone else's in the room.
It didn't help me that like my side deck was also, I mean, frankly speaking, it's kind of a joke. When you look at those cards, I wasn't utilizing it nearly as much since I was pretty all in on the hand destruction strategy, and he just knew how to utilize a side deck when I really didn't. So that was the biggest challenge. I was winning really heavily on the back of just the hand control strategy being so good, and a lot of competitors, even in the SoCal scene.
It is very interesting to see how side decking has evolved over the course of the history of the game. I think today side decking is a lot different from what we used to do with it back in the day. Like right now I feel like a side deck is just something that you throw as many auto win cards as possible, or a lot of people do that at least, right? You have like that approach of like putting cards that just win you a certain matchup into your deck, right? Like, oh, I have these cards for going first because they win me the game, right? And then I have these cards for going second because they blow out the opponent and just win the game. Like Feather Duster, Lightning Storm, evenly matched, Lava Golem, whatever, right? And I would argue that way back in the day, side decking was a lot more healthy for the game than it is today, right? Because like you wouldn't really side deck cards that just win you the matchup, right? I mean, sometimes there were cards like that, like Shadow Imprisoning Mirror, Light Imprisoning Mirror were like the first couple of examples like that. You could argue that Consecrated Light, also a very early example. But for the most part, it was just like you had a couple of cards that were like okay in the matchup, but they were not great, and you would exchange them for slightly better cards, right? Like when I'm thinking of early Yu-Gi-Oh side deck cards, I'm always thinking of cards like Kaiku the Ghost Destroyer. I'm thinking of cards like a little bit later down the line, like Pulling the Rug, in my opinion, is one of the most iconic side deck cards of all time. Because of like, if there was a deck that had a lot of summon triggers, like Pulling the Rug was just like this godly card. Not because it auto won the game, but just because it was super solid, right? And then like more cards I'm thinking of is like just in general, you know, the more back row removal, right? You would play like more Dust Tornadoes and whatnot for like the back row heavy decks. Not because Dust Tornado would outright win you the game, just because it was very solid. And I think that's I think that was a much more cooler approach to the side deck in general, right, is not this like blowout kind of floodgate thing that it is today. I would argue that maybe in today's economy, in today's card economy, it even feels like sometimes the games would be better if we just didn't have a side deck. You know, like sometimes it would suck having like dead cards in your main deck and not being able to take them out. But I feel like game 1 these days feels a lot better than game 2s and 3s very often, because you have to like really pray to not be hit with one of those really stupid cards. Like I would argue the most toxic cards right now show up in the side deck. Right? You mean Master Duel? No, I'm still talking best of 3. I'm still talking best of 3, but not but just no side deck. It's not the same. It's not the same as best. I'm not saying best of 1, dude. That's not what I'm saying. Y'all like there's other games that play best of 3 without a side deck. Barely Ross, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Like, it was an era where you didn't have a lot of information unless you had a leg up with stuff like the OCG, and you were learning from metas that had already kind of developed. And so, like, it's really just that main strategy carried a lot to the point that I didn't need to rely on side decking skills, and he absolutely had a side deck plan.
Lung's side deck was notably anti-hand control, which may speak to his experience as a player of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Official card game, or OCG, the version of the game originally released in Japan and other parts of Asia before it was localized in the rest of the world. For context, the cards from Legacy of Darkness and Pharaonic Guardian had all been playable in these regions since May of 2002, meaning that the players from these regions had already seen the effects that these cards had on the metagame a long time before the World Championship. Seeing as he was now the World Champion and also had an extra year's worth of insight and experience, many players opted to copy his deck entirely, side deck and all, given the fact that it was obviously very powerful. Even aside from players building replicas of Lung's deck, hand control saw a notable spike in popularity after the World Championship, though due to the fact that it included many ultra and secret rare cards like Don Zalug and Yatagarasu, Beatdown continued to see plenty of play at the local tournament level. For once though, it wasn't because it was the best deck in the game, but because it was the easiest to play and the cheapest to build. As Robert Smith wrote during his official coverage of the 2003 World Championship, the emergence of this deck hails a new age in Yu-Gi-Oh! As the best monster in your deck isn't always the one with the highest attack value. This certainly seemed to be the case, as hand control's total dominance was unquestionable at this point. All that remained to be
In fact, with the exception for only one card, Zombira the Dark, no players featured cards of higher attack than 1400. Think about that. Although one of them, they did have Gemini Elf in their deck. No, that's not a true statement. Wow. Yeah, that's basically Spright. That's 2003 Spright right there.
Seen was whether or not things would stay that way when the next core booster set came out.
What is that? A Magician's Force. Oh,
Magician's
Breaker.
Force was released exactly 2 months after the date of the World Championship, and just over a month after the start of the 4th season of competitive play. One thing that's noteworthy
Imagine the people that spend $600 on the playset of Mechanical Chasers, looking at the spoilers for Magician's Force and reading Breaker the Magical Warrior.
about it is that it was the first set to use the term spell card instead of magic card. This was due to legal reasons that aren't relevant to the competitive history of the game, but it is important since from here on out we'll be referring to these as spell cards. Funnily enough, none of the new spell cards were really that good anyway. All of the worthwhile cards in the set were monsters, and many of them were ironically spellcaster type. First of all, the set featured 2 more level 4 monsters with 1900 attack, the ultra rare Luster Dragon and the super rare Skilled Dark Magician. Since they were both lower rarity, they weren't nearly as cost prohibitive as Gemini Elf, and neither of them had any stipulations the way that Thunder Nyan Nyan and Spear Dragon did. The only thing that kept them from truly replacing Gemini Elf was the fact that they both had more than 1500 defense points, meaning Witch of the Black Forest couldn't grab them from the deck. There was another level 4 1900 attack monster in the set that didn't have this issue though, a card that was, for multiple reasons actually, measurably better than Gemini Elf.
I guess in Magician's
Such a
Force,
cool card.
there's actually a lot of cards in here that were really, really good. This is when like 1900 became standard. I guess everyone can go Super Saiyan 2 now.
Breaker the Magical Warrior was, like Kaiku, a monster with both a high attack stat and a powerful effect. Unlike Kaiku, however, he could actually go head-to-head with the most powerful level 4 monsters in the game. While Breaker technically only had 1600 attack points, whenever he was normal summoned, he received a spell counter that gave him an extra 300.
The power slowly kind of climbed up, and see, Breaker the Magical Warrior was basically a 1900 beat stick with a decent effect.
A player who controlled Breaker could trade this spell counter for the ability to destroy any spell or trap card on the field, regardless of whether it was face up or not.
Breaker found homes in almost everything.
All right, so we're gonna start with my favorite card of all time, Breaker the Magical Warrior. So why this card was so powerful was because Breaker was essentially a mystical space typhoon on a body, and what's even better is that if you didn't need the mystical space typhoon effect of Breaker, he was probably the strongest normal summon in the entire game because he would be 1900 attack, and that only lost to like very specific things or removal. Breaker is, in my head, I think one of the few cards that actually like has its effect named after him. People would summon Breaker and they would say break the back row. I think that just kind of goes as a testament to just
No one has ever said that in my life to me. No one has ever said that. That's not a thing. No one did that. You just made that up. You just lied. You just lied. Like, no one did that.
how just the legacy and the impact that card really had in the game.
Breaker couldn't hog the spotlight all to himself, though, because there was another level 4 effect monster in this set that caught people's attention almost immediately. It didn't have 1900...
Yeah, in German, when we summon a Breaker and when we want to pop a back row, we say Schuss. Breaker, Schuss. Easy clap. That's what we said.
Attack points, but what it could do when it hit the field made this practically a non-issue.
Oh, this set also had fucking tribe infecting virus.
Oh yeah.
The king.
The king.
Tribe Infecting Virus had all the makings of a staple monster. It was good for all the reasons that Exiled Force was good, but was better in a handful of ways due to multiple advantages. It had more attack points, could destroy more monsters at once, and didn't leave the field when it used its effect. It also wasn't once per turn.
And you can tribe your opponent as much as you want, as long as you have cards in your hand.
Unsurprisingly, Tribe was one of the most popular cards in the set, and immediately became a metagame staple alongside Breaker. When the ban list was updated in November, these were the only two cards added, and both of them were limited. Curiously though, this update to the limited list didn't even acknowledge another new card from Magician's Force, the card that was arguably the most powerful card in the set and definitely the most problematic. A level 1 spell
Oh god, jump scare. Oh really? They didn't figure out this thing was broken right off the bat? How?
caster monster named Magical Scientist.
Magical Scientist is like a nightmare fuel for me. I think this is like the first mistake.
Monka
in the game.
Christ.
This card allowed players to special summon any level 6 or lower fusion monster in the game by simply paying 1,000 life points. At first glance, its effect may not seem all that strong, because the monster it summoned couldn't attack directly and was returned to the extra deck during the end phase.
Well, the thing is, it's not once per turn.
No shit, it's 2003 or 2004. Ain't no once per
It
turn.
introduced the notion of first turn killing. FTKs, they're just random strategies that appear every now and then. This was kind of the first rendition where you're able to just shoot your opponent to death with a catapult turtle. It's like, so what happened? Oh, you lose!
As long as someone could manage to get both Magical Scientist and Catapult Turtle on the field at the same time, it was impossible to stop them from pulling off a combo that would kill their opponent on their first turn. Doing this might sound a bit more difficult than it actually was, because Catapult Turtle is a level 5 monster with no built-in special summoning condition. But cards like Reasoning, Last Will, Monster Reborn, and Gillosaurus could all be used to make sure that one way or another, these two ended up on the field together.
It was too easy to do. Anytime an FTK is
We haven't even
introduced into
started
the game,
talking about
simply just
Last
not
Will
fun.
yet.
They're playing solitaire.
The only thing that the Magical Scientist deck really lacked at this point was consistency. At the time of Magician's Force's release, the accessible card pool was fairly limited in what it could do to streamline the process of getting a hold of the pieces needed to perform this combo. So while Magical Scientist FTK didn't dethrone hand control, it almost immediately established its presence in the metagame, and Magical Scientist himself was actually a welcome addition to many hand control decks. He was a searchable way to access pretty much any level 6 or lower fusion monster in the game, which, as one would expect, was extremely valuable. While the monsters he summoned couldn't attack directly, there was nothing that stopped them from attacking other monsters, and a lot of the fusion monsters he could summon had extremely powerful effects. Thousand Eyes Restrict could get annoying monsters like Jinzo off the field, Dark Balter the Terrible like Hades could deal with flip monsters or monsters like Mystic Tomato, Sanguinar Witch, and Ryu Senshi could protect the player from threatening trap cards like Mirror Force, Magic Cylinder, and Ring of Destruction. So the release of Magician's Force didn't change anything as far as hand control being the best deck was concerned. If anything, it had just made the deck stronger with these 3 new staple cards. It did introduce a handful of cards that saw some experimentation at the local level, but none aside from these 3 that had immediate, long-lasting effects on the metagame.
It did not have a ton of relevance on the tournament scene, sans like the 3 that were listed. Which, to be fair, one of them did introduce a new deck. Like there were some things that like aged pretty well, and I think people toyed around with some cards. Marionette was another one of them, I think. Yeah, like it wasn't particularly good. There's a lot of cards that people tried to build around locally, but they weren't exactly successful. Marionette, I think, was one of the ones that stands out to me at the local tournament scene, just because it could get very large, and it did have some card advantage built into it.
There was still one more booster set scheduled to be released before the end of 2003 at this point. But just like with Magician's Force, it would only debut a small number of cards that immediately impacted competitive play.
Didn't have an impact immediately.
Yeah, Dark Crisis is kind
Definitely
of like mid. What's
had
like the
much
best
more of
thing
an
in Dark
impact
Crisis?
later.
Dark Crisis was rather a minor
Mind
set.
Crush?
With the exception of a few cards, I think notably DD Warrior Lady had the most relevance in
Was
local
Mind Crush
tournaments
even
at
in
that
Dark
time.
Crisis? Oh yeah, Warrior
Released on
Lady?
December 1st of 2003, Dark Crisis was the first core booster set that didn't really have an immediate
Skill Drain
effect
was
on
Legacy
the
of
tournament
Darkness.
scene. The set wasn't terrible, and did
I'm
feature a
pretty sure.
handful of decent cards,
Or is
but
it
only a
Magician's
handful.
Force
The
even?
standout among them was DD Warrior Lady, a card similar in function to Exiled Force. Whenever this
No,
card
Zalug
battled
is
another
already out.
monster,
Zalug
whether
is
she was
not
the one
Dark Crisis.
attacking or the one being
Zalug is
attacked, she could
Pharaonic
remove
Guardian, I'm
herself
pretty
and
sure.
that other monster from the game entirely. Because there were already other monsters with
Well,
similar
it's probably
removal
Warrior
effects in the
Lady.
card pool at this point, like Exiled Force and Tribe Infecting Virus, she wasn't totally game-changing, but she was good enough to become a metagame staple and
No,
find her way
Metamorphosis
into most
is
deck
not
lists.
Dark
One
Crisis. I'm
advantage
pretty
that
sure
she did
that's-
have over
that's
both of
PGG
them
as
was
well.
that her effect could be triggered during either player's turn, which made getting her off the field without another removal effect pretty annoying.
Yeah, she was very good, very protective.
DD Warrior Lady, what differentiated it so much from Exiled Force is one of the biggest
Tsukuyomi
downsides of
might
Warrior
be in
Lady
here. Yeah.
is that you have to go to your
Speedrun
battle
is
phase,
Dark
right?
Crisis?
But one thing that
Really?
Warrior Lady did very well that Exiled Force did not is the fact that it could banish or remove from play in old terms whatever it was attacking into. And why that was so unique is because you could deny your opponent's Sangan, for instance. There's just so many different cards that you could just banish and ensure they didn't hit the graveyard so that, for instance, they couldn't resurrect it, it wouldn't get an effect because it didn't hit the graveyard, so on, so on. And also it had a very decent stat line as well. It was 1500 attack, so like it wasn't tiny, so it even just held up pretty well on its own, and it just created another interesting dynamic for the game.
At the time of the set's release, DD Warrior Lady was
Does Stripe
overwhelmingly
discard per
its most
cost? Yes,
popular
it does.
monster, but one of the set's secret rares, Vampire Lord, caught the attention of many players as well. One of the things that made playing him so enticing was that Pharaonic Guardian included a lot of cards designed to support zombie-type monsters, the most notable of which being Pyramid Turtle. Pyramid Turtle
zombies.
was pretty similar to all of the attribute summoners that made their debut in Magic Ruler, but instead of summoning monsters of a specific attribute with 1500 or less attack from the deck, Pyramid Turtle could summon any zombie-type monster from the deck as long as it had 2000 or less defense points, and this, of course, included Vampire Lord. Playing this engine was, in theory, a pretty easy way to get a monster onto the field capable of dealing with just about anything that didn't need to be tribute summoned. Since he also revived himself whenever he was destroyed by a card effect, permanently dealing with him was actually pretty tough.
Vampire Lord was kind of, it was one of those cards that was really annoying to deal with unless you had something like, funny
Vampire
enough,
Lord
DD
is also
Warrior
a
Lady,
very
because
cool
as
secret
long
for
as
that.
it kept going to the
That card's
graveyard by
so
card
cool.
effect, it didn't have like, it was a 5-star monster and it wasn't like the highest stats, but it was
Matrix,
annoying
thank you for the
enough
Prime.
that
Appreciate that
it
so much.
warranted
Thank you for
needing
supporting
some
the
sort of option to deal with it, because again, like, this is what we were saying earlier when we talked about Pharaonic Guardian. Zombie decks were starting to kind of come up
My
a bit,
favorite
and
card as a
people
kid,
were
good
like
one,
looking to
good one.
Vampire Lord as like a card. Also, Vampire Lord's effect that a lot of people overlook of sending cards from the deck to the graveyard was actually pretty big, because you have to think, when we're back in the old Yu-Gi-Oh days, and like the 10 to 15 spells in their deck are like all really, really good, and you force them to send a spell to the graveyard, it's not like instant card advantage, but like it's forcing them to get rid of one of the best cards at their disposal straight out of their deck. So it was not only just a persistent threat, but it was also slowly draining your opponent of resources, and just a very solid card all around.
As good as he was, though, Vampire Lord didn't have the same metagame presence as DD Warrior Lady, and was really only being experimented with at this point.
Vampire Lord people played it when they probably shouldn't have.
Dark Crisis did also feature another level 4 1900 attack monster, one that was easier to get a hold of than both Skilled Dark Magician and Luster Dragon, and, unlike both of them, actually searchable by Witch of the Black Forest. Archfiend Soldier was the first true budget alternative to Gemini Elf that didn't come with any caveats or drawbacks.
This set actually had a lot of decent, like, commons and easy to access cards. All the best players have 1900 B6. Well, I guess most of the rest of the public will also now get access to 1900 attackers.
I mean, it's already
The spell
irrelevant,
and trap
right?
cards in Dark
No one
Crisis
played it
were
anymore.
mostly underwhelming,
Elma.
with a handful
Oh my
of
God,
exceptions.
Elma.
Sakuretsu Armor made its debut here,
Oh,
but only saw limited
that's
play
a good
due to
one.
the fact
So,
that Mirror
actually,
Force was
Why
obvious.
did they say Dark Crisis was not relevant? There's a bunch of cards in there. Sakuretsu Armor is definitely relevant. That's a super relevant
superior.
card for, like,
Immediately
years.
following its release, Butterfly Dagger Elma was probably the most talked about spell or trap card in this set. It was an equipped spell, but wasn't actually notable for what it did when it was equipped to a monster.
It's
the
the
reason so
history
many
of the
people
Yu-Gi-Oh!
initially
metagame
had their
that we're
eyes on this
watching.
card was
All
because of its
until
potential ability to cause
2005.
an infinite loop with its second effect. Gearfried the Iron Knight immediately destroyed any equipped spell that was equipped to it, and so if a player had him on the field and Elma in hand, they could activate the card infinitely since it would keep getting destroyed before adding itself back to the hand. Because Magician's Force had introduced a lot of cards that gained spell counters every time a spell card was activated and could activate effects by removing these spell counters, there was a lot of potential for abuse with this infinite loop, particularly through Royal Magical Library, which could allow a player to draw through all the cards in their deck with this combo. The card, as well as decks built to abuse it, saw more speculation than actual competitive success though. While it, like Magical Scientist, opened the door to its own FTK, Magical Scientist decks were simply better than decks built to use this card.
Yeah, I mean,
it was
this
just
combo
more
is not very
consistent and
consistent,
required
but-
the player to have less specific cards in hand.
Because I don't think
Butterfly
at the
Dagger
time-
and Gearfried.
There's a
was
way to search
people
the
started
equipped
to take
spell,
notice
except
to
for that
set.
flip monster.
It wasn't
maybe,
anything too
Kotetsu?
major taking off, but people did take note that this is an interesting interaction.
Speaking of these two decks, Dark Crisis did also include spell reproduction, which made both of them a decent bit more consistent, but didn't push either of them over the edge.
Yeah, so like it had most of its pieces. Spell reproduction probably moved the needle a couple points, but like I think most people were pretty set in their ways. Like they either played the deck and then they would take in the upgrades, or they wouldn't play the deck because they thought it was cheese. There were some consistency issues with the deck as well. So like especially if you're doing like single elimination tournaments, like you could have a pretty boring day or a quick one.
In order to address these FTK strategies, the next update to the ban list in February limited both Butterfly Dagger Elma and Magical Scientist, which reduced the consistency of both decks by a little bit. Vampire Lord was
Really?
also
Why
limited,
would you
along
do
with
that?
another new card from Dark
card didn't
Crisis
seem
named
that
Reflect
powerful.
Bounder that had seen some success after the set's release, but wasn't anywhere near as
Reflect
popular
Bounder's
as
a
DD
cool
Warrior
card.
Lady. This update to the limited list, like Dark Crisis
I
itself, wasn't
played
particularly
Reflect
impactful, and did little
Bounder
to
a
change
lot
the
as
way
a
the
kid.
game was played overall. Tournaments were more or less filled with the same deck lists as before, only these deck lists now had one or two DD Warrior Ladies thrown into the mix. The release window of Dark Crisis was just the calm before the storm, however, as there was another booster set slated to release just a month after this update to the Forbidden and Limited list. Its release on March 1st of 2004 would completely overshadow the release of Dark Crisis, and the cards it was going to add to the game seemed capable of warping the entire meta almost overnight.
probably in contention for like the best set of all time. There's only very few sets that I can think of that are as good as this set relative to the time that they came out. The only other sets I can think of are like Phantom Darkness, Light of Destruction, maybe. Power of the Elements with Spright and Tearlaments, maybe. Maybe Duelist Alliance, yeah. Maximum Crisis was a pretty strong set, but I really don't think, yeah. Lord of the Tachyon Galaxy, that's the one that had Dragon Rulers and Spellbook of Judgment, right? Tachyon Galaxy. But there's very, very few sets that I think that can keep up with what this that there was one set in I think Photon Shockwave is also quite strong. The one that introduced Dino Rabbit and Wind Up to full power. You know, but still, I think Invasion of Chaos might take
the way
cake
prior
still.
powerful cards had been. As soon as it became legal to play them, they conquered and reshaped the tournament scene overnight. They weren't just slotted into decks the way that most cards were. They were so powerful
Duelist
that most
Revolution
people
is
played
another
them
good
and
one
changed
with
the way they built
Duality,
the rest of their deck
Baylor,
just to make sure
Scrap
they could
Dragon.
use these two optimally. This gave birth to a brand new deck, of course, which most people simply referred to as Chaos.
Most of the best cards in the game at the time were already light and dark anyway, so you just had these cards that naturally fit into your deck and would just incentivize you to want to play these overpowered cards.
Moving forward, light and dark monsters became significantly more desirable, and while this did breathe life into some monsters that otherwise probably wouldn't have seen play, it also made staple cards that just about everyone was already playing better than they were in the first place. So rather than outright replacing many of the decks that were prominent before the release of Invasion of Chaos, the Chaos deck formed by
Cybernetic
combining
Revolution? I mean, yeah, Cyber Dragon had huge impact, but we're not seriously comparing Cybernetic Revolution to Invasion of Chaos, dude. Like, I mean, yeah, Cyber Dragon was good, but like, what else was in Cybernetic Revolution? I can't think of another like super relevant card from Cybernetic Revolution.
Chaos monsters with
When did
these
Gores come
existing
out? Gores
decks.
was not
in
in
other
the
words,
booster set.
truly pure
Well, Gores
Chaos
was a
decks
promo.
were rare. It was more common to see decks like Chaos Beatdown, Chaos Zombie, Chaos Warriors, so on and so forth. More than any of these, though, there was one deck that synergized with the new Chaos
Future
cards
Fusion was not
particularly
in
well. With the sole exception of Yugioh
Cybernetic
Meta,
Revolution.
all
Future
of the
Fusion
hand
was
control
in
monsters were either
Power
light
of the
or dark,
Duelist?
and all of them could be summoned by their respective recruiter. On top of that, and perhaps most importantly, Chaos Emperor Dragon could fulfill the deck's win condition by itself. Invasion of Chaos hadn't brought with it the end of hand control, it had just made the deck stronger. Rather than allow itself to be made obsolete by the new Chaos engine, hand control merged with it, in the process creating one of the most dominant decks in the game's history.
Chaos Control!
Despite the fact that it wasn't light or dark, Yatagarasu was one of the deck's linchpins because of the way it interacted with Chaos Emperor Dragon. Though Emperor Dragon's effect was a double-edged sword designed to leave both players on an equal playing field, the person playing it could dodge having their entire hand depleted as long as there was a Sanguinar Witch on their side of the field when the effect was activated. See, Chaos Emperor Dragon didn't stop the cards it sent to the graveyard from activating their effects. If it sent Sanguinar Witch from the field to the grave this way, they could still search for anything they normally would. Yatagarasu happened to be searchable by both.
This actually slotted into hand destruction decks really easily, and Chaos Emperor Dragon was just over
I
the
feel
top
like this
with,
format
like,
could have been
a
really
Sanguinar
good
Witch
and
with a
really
Black Forest on
skillful
the
looking
battlefield,
back
because
at
then
it.
you get
If there just was no Yatagarasu. Without Yada Lock, I'm pretty sure this format might be more, maybe even more popular than Goat today. But I guess that's why people choose Goat, because it's after Yada.
the effect. As soon as everybody loses all their cards, your opponent gets one draw step. If it's a brick, they just never draw another card again because you have Yada in your hand.
Oh, guess what? If you happen to have a Sangan or a Witch of the Black Forest on your field, just pay 1,000 and you can search Yatagarasu and just automatically win the game.
It's because it introduced a lock into the game. A lock which is worse than, some people say worse than an FTK, but it's basically in the same realm of first turn killing someone. You lock them out of drawing.
like I said, those Chaos Monsters were literally, they took all of the good stuff that we've had throughout the years, and they were the missing piece of the puzzle to kind of complete the trifecta of what we deemed one of the most toxic formats in the game.
But there was no way these cards could actually change things that much, right? These were two unsearchable monsters. Sure, some people might build their decks around them, but the idea that they were going to completely change the entire tournament scene, well, that was just ridiculous, wasn't it? Within about a week of the set's release, Chaos decks were everywhere at both the local level and the regional level, but many players were skeptical of the viability of these new cards. There was already a decent amount of debate about whether Chaos was better than Control.
There's no way there's people doubting how good Chaos Emperor Dragon was.
Vice versa. And while plenty of people were leaning towards Chaos, there were also plenty of other people who believed that non-Chaos builds of hand control were still the best decks in the game, and that things were going to stay that way as long as the cards that allowed the deck to function were legal to play.
Bro.
Classic hand control lists that didn't include either of the Chaos monsters continued to populate and perform well at regional events, as did non-Chaos versions of Warrior and Zombie, along with a few left field picks like Gravekeepers. All of these decks ran into the same problem though. For some reason, they kept losing to Chaos.
Oh, really?
You were just at such a severe disadvantage if you were not playing some sort of Chaos build.
Though all the way through late March and even early April, there were still plenty of people being openly critical of the idea of building an entire deck around two unsearchable monsters. Chaos was proving to be pretty flexible. The more time passed, the more apparent it became that it wasn't strictly necessary to build a deck around these two. It wasn't unheard of for people to play 3 Black Luster Soldier and 3 Chaos Emperor Dragon, but it was also pretty common for people to just play one of both, one of one or the other, 2 of both, 2 of one or the other. The ratios didn't really seem to matter. Before long, some vanilla hand control players even started playing a single copy of Chaos Emperor Dragon in the side deck.
Did you see the new card? I have not seen the new card yet. We can look at it in a second though.
The cards just kind of fit into a lot of decks, especially Control. Not much, if anything, needed to be changed to include them. Though non-Chaos decks were still performing well, for example at 2 different regional tournaments a non-Chaos Warrior deck came in first place, it was becoming more and more standard to play at least one Emperor Dragon or Soldier. By the middle of April, almost every Control deck had started playing one of both, and what little room for deviation existed at this point would be almost completely eliminated by the next update to the Forbidden and Limited list. On April 17th, Black Luster Soldier and Chaos Emperor Dragon were both limited, but this didn't actually diminish their metagame presence. Strangely, even though there were only 2 of them from this point forward, and they were more often than not the only monsters in any deck that played them that couldn't be searched for by either Witch or Sangan, most people still called the decks that played them Chaos decks. Again, it wasn't that decks that played them were dramatically different in composition than decks that didn't. It's just that they were both so powerful that they turned any game that they participated in into a race to get one of them onto the field first, or to take the steps necessary to make sure they couldn't hit the field in the first place. Summoning either of them was almost like an alternate win condition, and there were plenty of cards in the game that made it easy to perform the setup necessary to do so. The existence of the Chaos monsters made putting resources into the graveyard desirable, to the extent that the intended drawbacks of cards like Graceful Charity and Painful Choice were more benefit than cost at this point. And not just these 2 monsters either, this set added 2 more high-profile Chaos monsters to the game.
Chaos Sork, yeah.
Some people took to running Chaos Sorcerer, essentially a cheaper, less powerful version of Black Luster Soldier, in order to supplement the 2 more powerful Chaos monsters.
Chaos Sorcerer just by itself is just an incredibly
Also one of my
powerful
favorite
card.
cards of all time.
Yeah, it has the same cost as BLS or Chaos
Sorcerer
Emperor,
is such
so
a pop
maybe you're
card,
not
dude.
getting as much
So is
value as you
D-Monk,
would from those
honestly.
other cards, but Chaos Sorcerer is still a 2300 attack monster that can be special summoned for free and at the very least, it can just banish a monster. There's plays where you can just summon out Chaos Sorcerer, banish one of your opponent's cards, and then use it as tribute fodder for, like, Jinzo? Like, that's insane!
Even more popular than Chaos Sorcerer was Dark Magician of Chaos, sometimes referred to as DMOC. It didn't function the same way the other Chaos monsters did, but at the time of its release, it was widely considered to be the most powerful 2 tribute monster in the entire game. Its ability to immediately retrieve any spell cards from the graveyard further incentivized the use of cards like Painful Choice and Mirage of Nightmare, since now on top of the fact that light and dark monsters in the graveyard could be considered live resources, Dark Magician of Chaos could turn any spell cards in the graveyard into live resources as well. Its second effect was extremely good at countering Chaos decks, since it could rob Blackluster Soldier and Chaos Emperor Dragon of—
Yeah, watch Simo say, like, yeah, when they used the effect of BLS or Chaos Sorcerer to banish, they just said, chaos your monster. I'm gonna chaos your monster. That's what they said. That's what all of the cool kids said back then. If you don't remember it, guess you weren't one of the cool kids. But I'm gonna chaos your monster anyways.
The fuel they needed to summon themselves. And it was also good at countering vanilla control decks, or any other decks that played cards with effects that triggered when they were sent to the graveyard, which was just about every deck in the metagame at this point. While most people still agreed that tributing 2 monsters just to summon another was almost never worth it, this wasn't really a problem for DMOC since he ended up in the graveyard very frequently. Most people didn't tribute summon him. It was a lot more common to summon him from the graveyard with one of the game's 3 revival staples. When using Monster Reborn specifically, he could add the Reborn back to hand, allowing the player to special summon another monster from their graveyard immediately. With either Soldier or Emperor Dragon in hand to back this up, this was almost always enough to deal lethal damage, and this could all be done in one turn without even normal summoning a monster. High-level play was accelerating to a breakneck pace, one where games could be decided in as few as 2 or 3 turns. Most people had more than enough draw power to make sure they saw one of the 2 Chaos monsters that early, and as soon as one of them hit the field, it was game over. As the format continued to evolve, it became clearer and clearer that the only way to compete with Chaos was to play Chaos, or to build a deck that could end games just as quickly as it could.
Not Scientist again. Oh, Manticore is also a sick card. Card of Safe Return? Oh, God.
Magical Scientist FTK decks were still running rampant, and Invasion of Chaos had actually made them a bit more consistent by adding Reload to the game, a card that could take unplayable hands and turn them into hands capable of performing the one-turn kill combo. Some people turned to Magical Scientist FTK because they believed it was one of the only decks fast enough to compete with Chaos. The new set had also laid the groundwork for another similar deck by adding Manticore of Darkness to the card pool.
Card of Safe.
This card was mostly unremarkable, aside from its involvement in a loop where it could summon itself from the graveyard infinitely. Combined with Card of Safe Return, a card released all the way back in Labyrinth of Nightmare, this combo enabled anyone who performed it to draw through their entire deck in one turn if they wanted to. Neither deck was consistent enough to truly compete with Chaos, though. Other decks capable of operating at a high speed, like Warrior Rush and Machine Limiter Removal Beatdown, did their best to compete with Chaos, and while they managed to place well, it was impossible to ignore that they were being outperformed. They just couldn't close the gap no matter how hard they tried, even with the help of the next core booster set.
I mean, Ancient Sanctuary doesn't have that much. It has Zaborg. Zaborg is sick. What else does it have?
Ancient Sanctuary was released on June 1st of 2004, but it was a total dud of a set. Only 2 of its 111 new cards saw any immediate success, and neither of them did anything to make Chaos any worse. The cards that did see success only did so to a limited extent as well. Zaborg the Thunder Monarch was played, but only rarely, and usually as a one-of in the side deck. Enemy Controller was much more popular, but nowhere near as popular as the most noteworthy cards from prior sets. At the 2004 US National Championship, many players outright ignored these cards in favor of older cards that had been rediscovered, given a new purpose thanks to the Chaos Monsters. Just before the proper US National Championship, there were 2 last chance qualifier events where players could compete for a chance to be invited to Nationals. Over 200 players participated in these events, and 85% of them were playing at least one Blackluster Soldier or Chaos Emperor Dragon. Most of these 85% were playing both. Where the idea of a game dominated by the 2 Chaos Monsters had once seemed ridiculous to a good chunk of the player base, it now seemed just as ridiculous to think that there was anything that could come along and stop it. The April update to the limited list, which only hurt Chaos and Manticore decks, hadn't slowed the deck down. The release of a new set
we would
hadn't
say
slowed
I'm
the deck
Zaborging
down.
your
And
monster
at the
back in the
2004
day.
World Championship, it became clear that even banning seemingly vital pieces of the deck like Yatagarasu and Painful Choice couldn't stop it. The World Championship, which this time was hosted on July 25th in Los Angeles, was a bit different than prior high-profile Yu-Gi-Oh! Events. This was the first official Yu-Gi-Oh! Event outside of regions where the OCG was played that didn't use the TCG's ban list. Since cards were released in the OCG well ahead of the TCG, the OCG's Forbidden and Limited list needed to be different to reflect this. All the way back on March 1st of 2004, at the same time Invasion of Chaos was released in the TCG, the OCG released an update to the Forbidden and Limited list where multiple cards were actually placed in the Forbidden section. Many of these cards were staples, or at least considered integral to Chaos's ability to function. This ban list, with all 10 of these banned cards, was used at the 2004 World Championship, and so for that reason, it's a bit difficult to judge the viability of certain deck builds or tech choices, but regardless, the ban list update didn't actually seem to affect Chaos's representation at the event. Just like at the US National Championship, about 85% of the decks present were Chaos decks, including the decks built by all of the players who made it to the top 4. All 4 of these players, and the winner of the event, Masatoshi Togawa from Japan in particular, were playing decks that seemed to be focused on Chaos. Togawa's list was notable for featuring 2 copies of Kaiku in the main deck, an extremely powerful anti-Chaos card, since keeping it on the field meant keeping one's opponent from summoning the Chaos Monsters. Following this event, Chaos and all of its variants continued to perform exceptionally well all across the TCG. Many players assumed that when the TCG received its next ban list update, it would begin using the version of the ban list that was effective at the 2004 World Championship, and since that list hadn't
Fatality,
affected
think it was
Chaos's
6 months.
representation at
I
all,
remember
it seemed
Carlos
like the
Safe
deck
Return.
was
That
going
card
to be
was
around
wild,
for a
dude.
very, very long time.
But I guess it's
one
a
thing that
couple
Upper Deck
years
and Konami
after
had
this.
taken note of at the World Championship, however, was the positive reaction to the ban list. A lot of people seemed pretty happy that they didn't have to worry about cards like Imperial Order, Harpy's Feather Duster, or Raigeki. And a lot of other players, not just limited to those who were present at the World Championship, seemed a little bit sick of the Chaos Monsters. And so the TCG decided to take things a few steps further than the OCG had.
Well, it was pretty obvious. There was a major breakthrough after Invasion of Chaos, which was the very first ban list. Anything that felt like it would make the game not quote-unquote fun, they were just completely taken out.
On August 25th, through a somewhat unorthodox update to the Forbidden and Limited list, it was announced that 13 cards would be forbidden starting October 1st.
13
The game
cards.
would stay as it
Okay. 13 cards were forbidden on the first list. Which one would that be? Because I'm thinking which of the cards were not legal anymore during GOAT format. So it's like Feather Duster, Raigeki, Reborn, Chaos Emperor, Yatagarasu, Imperial Order, Forceful Sentry, Confiscation, Change of Heart. No, Black Luster is legal. Sangan is also legal. Witch of the Black Forest, Dark Hole. 2 more. Scientist. I think Scientist is not legal in GOAT. And then 1 more. Last Will, probably. Elma?
was for just over a month, and
Fiber
during
Jar?
this period,
Oh yeah,
Chaos
Fiber
continued
Jar.
to dominate as expected.
I mean, this is not the last ban list for GOAT, so some cards might have been banned later. It's
What
just
was
like,
then the largest
thinking.
Yu-Gi-Oh tournament
Oh,
ever
Last
with
Will is
nearly
legally
1,200
okay, then it's
players, a
probably
European
Fiber Jar.
event named Battle City Amsterdam. Every single player in the top 8 was playing both Blackluster Soldier and Chaos Emperor Dragon, and 6 of these players were also playing Yatagarasu. While
Yeah,
the
I said
August
Reborn.
announcements had upset a few people because, well, frankly, if the October list looked anything like Upper Deck said it was going to be a total bloodbath. To a lot of people, something like this was starting to look pretty necessary. The game was approaching an event horizon of sorts, something conveyed extremely well by the fact that just a week after these changes were announced, but not officially enforced, at a massive tournament with exponentially more player attendance than any tournaments before it, the decks created by the top 8 players there all shared at least 20 of the same cards. The game was facing a serious diversity problem, or lack thereof, one that only something this drastic could fix. To say that it did change the game when these bans finally took effect on October 1st would be a massive understatement. This update was insane, borderline apocalyptic, and in addition to the bans that were announced back in August, this list also limited 5 cards out of the blue. Then, just like that, with the stroke of a pen from Upper Deck and Konami, Chaos, at least as people currently knew it, was totally annihilated.
Sangan was banned?
Along with the rest of the metagame.
I mean, a lot of these came back before GOAT. Mira Force?
To say this changed things a lot. Many of these cards were in a league of their own in
Sangan
terms
came
of
back
popularity,
not even
to
a
the
year
extent
later.
that the term staple
The
doesn't
Liquid
do
Duo
them
came back
justice.
not
It
even
can
a
be
year
said
later.
without
Graceful
hyperbole that
came
most
back
of them
not
were
even a year
included
later.
in literally every successful tournament deck. Of the 3 banned cards that this didn't apply to, 2 of them had been key pieces in the most powerful deck in the
your
game.
Hunt,
That
thank you
said,
for
the
tier
list
1. I
didn't
appreciate the
fundamentally
support. Thank
change
you so
the
much.
game as much
United
as one
we
might
stand?
expect. There were
That's
still
the
quite a
problem
few
card?
building
What do you
blocks
mean?
left over from the previous format that people could use as
Pay
a
got
foundation for
banlisted.
deck building. Seeing as there were also a lot of cards that people had experimented with throughout the reign of the Chaos Monsters, there was actually still plenty to work with when constructing this new metagame. Plus, on top of that, there were 2 more core booster sets scheduled to be released around this time. As long as both of them weren't repeats of the Ancient Sanctuary situation, then they'd have to include some new cards that could help fill the void. Soul of the Duelist was released on October 1st,
we're
the same
already on
day these
Soul of
ban
the
list changes
Duelist.
took effect, and the next set,
That's
Rise
the
of Destiny,
Horus one,
wasn't
right?
far behind. It
Ooh,
came out
Rise of
just 2
Destiny.
months later on the 1st of December for most TCG players, though some regions, like France and Spain, received the set even earlier on the 1st of November. These sets both shared the same major issue, which was that they were mostly filled with lackluster cards.
Yeah,
There are
I
many
was just about to say, there's like not that much in here. Like Rise of Destiny, I can only think of the Koichi. Or a meta-relevant card. And then Soul of the Duelist, I can't think of a single super powerful card. Like right off the bat. Mobius? Okay.
things about them that are arguably more interesting than the cards they added to the game, actually. Soul of the Duelist was the first TCG booster set to follow the OCG's release structure. The OCG's core sets had always brought less cards to the table than individual releases in the TCG, and that's because the TCG had always combined two of the OCG's smaller packs into one larger
and Rise
pack.
of Destiny.
The packs didn't actually contain more cards inside them, but drew from a larger card
Monster
pool.
Reincarnation.
Since this was
but
the
like,
first
I mean,
set
if
to be
you
a
compare it
one-to-one
to the
import
cards
of
that
an
are already
OCG set,
meta
Soul of the
relevant, those
Duelist
cards are
surprised
definitely
players
like,
by only adding
not
60
power
new
creep.
cards to the game. It also removed secret rares entirely, which in theory meant that many of the set's better cards would be easier to obtain. The thing is, the set really only had one good card, and that was Mobius the Frost Monarch. With Feather Duster banned and Mystical Space Typhoon limited, spell and trap removal had become much more scarce than many
Such a
players were
beautiful
used to.
ultimate
This
rare,
card
dude.
allowed players to easily destroy multiple
Also the
cards
first
in their
ultimate
opponent's
rare
back
set.
row, which made it a popular side deck option moving forward. But that was it, really. Ojama King and Sandwich were decent cards that could be summoned with Magical Scientist, and there were some other cards in the set that saw experimentation around this time period, but none of them made their way into topping deck lists at premier events, aside from occasionally popping up in one or two side decks here and there. Rise of Destiny was very similar in terms of how it impacted the game. Darkblade
in
the
the
Dragon
day, we
Knight
would call
was another
popping two
popular
back
fusion
rows
monster
morbing
that could be
out.
summoned by Magical Scientist, and two trap cards from the set, Divine Wrath and Pikeru Circle of Enchantment, made their way into tournament deck lists almost immediately, but usually only in the side deck and only occasionally. Something else that was unique about these sets is that neither of them prompted a dedicated ban list
And
update.
that,
This
kids,
had
is where the
technically
term
been true
Morbid
of
Time
Ancient
is from.
Sanctuary as well, though according to Upper Deck, the
Now
October
you know.
1st list had been, quote, updated for Ancient Sanctuary. All things considered, the Titanic ban list update, the changes to the way the ban list was handled, and to the core booster sets, the game
Yep,
felt
Twin Twister is
noticeably
another
different
example
from
of
this
a
point
Morbid
forward.
Time
And these weren't even the only new developments in the tournament scene. While regional tournaments were still happening just as frequently as they had been before, starting in December they'd be joined by a new kind of tournament called Shonen Jump Championships. These events were hosted jointly, in part by Upper Deck and in part by Shonen Jump, the company responsible for publishing the Yu-Gi-Oh manga. According to Upper Deck, SJC tournaments were meant to be a tier above regionals in terms of prestige, not on the same level as something like the World Championship, of course, but essentially the height of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh during the normal tournament season. Among the
This is
top
basically
8,
what
deck
is a
lists were
YCS,
somewhat
right?
varied since the new meta was still far from solved, but there was one type of deck that was more popular than everything else. It actually had a few different names because it wasn't particularly well defined at this point. One of its most popular names was Cookie Cutter, since while each version of the deck usually wasn't the same from person to person, it was generally thought of as an assortment of various staple cards. In Metagame.com's coverage of SJC Gen Con, they called this deck Hybrid, though many players still called it Chaos Control because it almost always played Black Luster Soldier along with a suite of light and dark monsters. The deck's identity and game plan certainly weren't as clear as those of prior decks like Beatdown, Control, and Chaos, but most players knew they were looking at it when they saw it. This deck, whatever it was, took up 6 of the top 8 spots at SJC Gen Con, and all 6 of them were playing Black Luster Soldier, in addition to 21 more of the exact same cards. 29 of the same cards can be found in at least 5 of the 6 Cookie Cutter main decks, 31 in at least 4, and 37 in at least 3. Given how much all of these lists had in common, it was pretty much impossible to deny that this deck
I mean,
did
this is
have a
just
unique
good stuff.
identity,
Or
even
like
if it was one
early
that was
goat
much
control
less pronounced than most players were
before
used to.
goats.
The remaining
I mean,
two
there's
top
actually-
8
there's
players
goats.
were
There's
Henry
no
K
meta.
playing Magical Scientist FTK and Miguel Flores playing an Earth deck. Miguel's deck was pretty similar to the other Cookie Cutter lists in a lot of ways, so in order to distinguish between the two of them, it wasn't uncommon to call the more popular version of the deck Cookie Cutter Chaos and to call other non-Chaos versions of the deck Cookie Cutter blank, in this case Cookie Cutter Earth. One thing that's particularly striking about the deck lists here is the lack of cards from Soul of the Duelist and Rise of Destiny. Some of them were present, but the tournament was dominated by cards from March of 2004 and earlier. The only deck present in the top 8 that significantly benefited from any new cards was Magical Scientist, which was made even more consistent by the newly released Serial Spell and by Monster Gate from Ancient Sanctuary. Dark Magician of Chaos, Reload, and the slew of new fusion monsters with more than 2100 attack points didn't hurt either, so the Magical Scientist deck present at this tournament was probably the most consistent version of the deck so far. Things didn't change too much in the coming months, at least not on a macro level. At the next 3 SJC events, which all took place in February of 2005, Cookie Cutter Chaos either maintained or increased the top 8 representation it had established at SJC Gen Con. Now, while the big picture metagame mostly stayed the same, the perception of all sorts of individual cards changed to varying degrees throughout this time period. All sorts of experimental stuff saw tournament success as the format continued to develop, and some of these cards even managed to catch on as key players in the metagame. The relatively newly released Blade Knight and
I think
BD
before the
Assailant,
one Konami
cards
guy
both
designed
released
all
as
the
part of
floodgates, he
different
tried to
promo
make
packs in the
Scientist
last quarter
FTK
of
as consistent as
2004
possible.
were quite a bit more popular in February than they had been
Oh,
in
I
December.
love DD
Some people in
Assailant.
the top 8
Oh
of
my
SJC
God,
Gen
that's
Con
such a
had been
pop
playing
card.
Blade Knight, but it was a lot more common to see this at the 3
Assailant
SJCs
is
that
such
happened
a
in February.
beautiful card.
DD Assailant went from not being present in the top 8 of SJC Gen Con at all to being somewhat popular among topping players at all 3 SJCs in February. This was a little bit surprising since he wasn't a light or a dark monster, and his effect was a little bit worse than DD Warrior Ladies, but this definitely wasn't the weirdest meta trend of early 2005. With Mystical Space
It was
Typhoon
very hard
limited,
to
the
find. Yeah,
combo
I
of
didn't
using
have one,
Mirage
but
of
it's
Nightmare
such a
together with it
beautiful
had
card
become
game.
significantly harder to do. But nobody actually wanted to stop playing
Do not
Mirage
Google
of Nightmare,
DR4
so it became
DD
fairly
Assailant price.
standard to play a copy.
Do not tell me what to do. You can't tell me what to do. DD Assailant. Bop, bop, bop. DR4. Oh, god damn. Oh, god damn. Oh, it's so beautiful, though. It's so beautiful. Oh, I can never have it, though. I can never have it, though. God damn.
or two of emergency provisions just to destroy the Mirage and keep all the cards it allowed the player to draw. This was the only thing that generated any interest in this card from tournament players, though. A card named Metamorphosis from Pharaonic Guardian also kept popping up here and there, usually just as a one-of in the main deck. Now, this card hadn't been completely invisible since its release back in 2003 or anything, but it had never been at the forefront of the metagame. A few months after it was added to the card pool, Magical Scientist was released, a searchable way to summon a bunch of fusion monsters all at once without losing any card advantage. Metamorphosis forced whoever was using it to tribute a monster first, before they could summon the fusion monster. This was a 2-card investment, since the Metamorphosis itself had to be used, and it had to take a monster off of the field with it. Compared to Magical Scientist, who stayed on the field after using his effect, this felt obsolete, like a needlessly bigger commitment. More people started experimenting with it in 2004, after the release of Invasion of Chaos, because one important thing that was better about it than Magical Scientist was the fact that it kept the fusion monster it summoned on the field permanently, at least until the monster was destroyed.
I'm quite
this was
surprised that they
important for a
haven't
couple
used
of
this
reasons.
yet, because
Like, first of
Thousand Eyes
all, it was a
Restricted
lot
is already
easier
out
to put a
since
monster
Pharaoh's
summoned by
Servant.
Metamorphosis
And they have
into the graveyard
Scapegoat, so
than it
like
was
why
to put
is
a
it
monster
not
summoned
being
by
used? They
Magical
have
Scientist into
Tsukuyomi
the
already?
graveyard. Usually, the monsters summoned by Scientist ended up in the extra deck.
Like, why
It was
does this not
possible
see
to get
play
them into the
until
graveyard,
Goat
just
Control?
not particularly practical. There were also plenty of good fusion monsters that had really good effects while they were on
The
the
name of
field.
the channel?
Effects that were good
The
regardless
channel's
of whose
name
turn it
is
was. The best examples of this were Thousand Eyes Restrict
Rubendale.
and
I can
Last
link you the
Warrior from
video.
Another Planet.
In
Cards that
case
were
you wanna, like,
significantly
subscribe
more
to the channel or
impactful if they
something.
managed to stay on the field for more than one turn. Now, by 2005, Magical Scientist wasn't searchable anymore because both Sengen and Witch were banned. Plus, now that players didn't have to worry about both Blackluster Soldier and Chaos Emperor Dragon together in the game at the same time, Yu-Gi-Oh! Had slowed down enough to make a lot of the monsters that this card could summon viable control tools. Magical Scientist was still the preferred choice for summoning fusion monsters at this point, significantly more popular than Metamorphosis was, but this could only stay true, of course, as long as Magical Scientist was legal to play. The player base was expecting a new ban list update at any moment now, after all, and the last one had gone pretty far out of its way to get rid of any problematic cards, which most players agreed Magical Scientist was one of. The card was definitely a relic of a bygone era that many players wanted to see gone, and well, if the promotional material for the next booster set was indicative of anything, it seemed like the game was more than willing to
It
leave
is a
some
part 1,
aspects of
yeah,
its
but there's
roots
no
behind.
part 2
For
yet.
the first time ever, Yugi wasn't even on the cover of the next booster set. In fact, one of the Japanese posters advertising the set featured a totally different guy who looked like he was from an anime, but he definitely wasn't from Duel
Who's this
Monsters.
guy? Who is this? It's over? Oh no! It's over. Okay, well, that was a very enjoyable video. I hope they're making a second part. I really hope they're making a second part. Watch the credits. It included no GOAT. I mean, it's up until the beginning of 2005. Like, GOAT Control should be up next on the list, pretty much. Because GOAT Control is the format during 2005, right? Alright, this was 11 months ago. Where's part 2? God damn it, I need part 2 of that. Alright. Just 4 more, chat. Just 4 more. Just 4 more. They won't make a part 2. Certain YouTubers told them to stay on their lane after this was released. Where are you taking that info from? How is it every time I draw Maxi, it's birds? I mean, surely Imperm works here, right? Because they used the quick play already, so they can't have it. Nice. Easy clap. All right. We're good. Ooh, we have an Ash even. All right. Okay. I think it's fine to normal summon swap first. Just to get the Ronin out of the system. Because we don't want to see that. Off of the Prosperity. And then we're going to Prosperity for, I'm thinking, 6. Because we really want to find the Spright. We don't need Centaurea here. We don't need Cat Shark. 1 Elf. We don't need Dark. We don't need Avramax. I don't think we need Soul Sweeper. So. There's Spright Blue. That's perfect. All right. Special blue effect. Grab Jet. Why is there an Econ? Because it's a good card. Special Jet. Grab Starter. I'm almost tempted to Starter for Carrot to play around the back row. Once again, that would mean playing into Nibiru. But I could also... Yeah, I think it's okay to play into Nibiru. It's Plunder after all. And then we go for Gigantic Spright. Think we overlay the frog? Yeah. Yeah. Alright, so we're gonna detach the Swap Frog. We can't summon Cap Shell, unfortunately. Well, we can summon Cap Shell and then draw on their turn. But it's probably just red. Push some amount of damage. It's almost worth it to keep this thing on the field so they can't recycle it. I'm almost thinking about doing that to prevent them from chain blocking. I think I'll do that, actually. I think I'll keep the Robina on the field for them. Watch them make Zeus. I mean, they could, but like, it's not that bad if they do. It is a Called by the Grave, which... If I carrot this... It doesn't really change anything, because I carrot Tribute Elf, then I get the Swap Frog to send another, and then I'm just making Elf again, so... No real reason to. Now, if they had targeted Ronin Totem later, I may have negated with carrot, but... This is just fine. So I'm gonna pass. This is looking okay. It's looking pretty solid. 3 more. Nothing easier than that. Just 3 more. Whoop. Are they still special locked if the bird is negated? I'd have to check the wording on it. I'm not sure. What do you think about Kurikara right now? Are you talking Master Duel or TCG? Okay, hand is good. In the TCG, I think it's a very solid side deck card. In Master Duel, I don't think I would play it in best of 1. I am playing Beckoning Beast to play better under Maxi. I took out Pixies, yeah. But I'm not sure if that was correct. Gigantic here. Well, I mean, if you're playing Small World, then playing a 1 of Kurikara is a different story. I'm talking about just like in general. I don't think I would main deck it. If you have like a good reason to do it because you can search it, then I suppose it's fine. Ooh. Now that's bad. That's terrible. Shimmer Scanner, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that so much. Thank you. That was very bad for us. Okay, so do we discard enemy or call to buy? 40 cards, plays Gamma. What's the better defensive card here? Maybe it's called by? I could also discard Imperm. Let's discard Imperm. Econ take. What's the point of Econ take Gamma? I don't have more level 2s than before. It's like, what's the point of that? I'm keeping enemy because I don't want them to just be able to attack over my stuff. So most likely I'm going to be using enemy to put the defense. But if worst comes to worst, I can use enemy to take. Still not great because we didn't have Blue Jet or Starter. If we have Blue Jet or Starter, we play through that pretty effortlessly. I'm surprised they didn't use Gamma on the Beckoning Beast, honestly. That would have been much better. Now that I'm thinking back on the turn, if they just Gamma the Beckoning Beast, I would have just passed. But yeah, this way we do get Elf plus red at least. I hope they can't bait Elf first action. I do want to bring back another level 2. Draw phase Imperm on Elf. Well, I mean, be my guest. Shimmer Scanner, thank you for the gift sub to Hash. Hash finally a sub now. Bug. Okay, Lila. Well, surely. Surely we do this. I feel like they wanted to imperm the red, but didn't pay attention. Please, no starter. Easy pass. All right. Is Runick Spright bad after the semi-limits? No, it's not bad. It's fine. Ooh, a Maxi. Maxi's a nice card to have, but I mean, this is very likely to be imperm because they also set it into this column. It's likely to be an imperm, I feel like. So if I normal the Maxi and I make gigantic now, they can just imperm it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make elf first. I'm gonna make elf first, and even if they imperm elf, it provides more stuff in the future. I'm just gonna elf target my red, which they probably they have called by instead. I could have just made gigantic and won the game. Oh, they target. Why would you target? That's fine. No, that's better actually. Never mind. Okay, well we played around imperm. They had called by, as it happens sometimes. That's actually very bad for us. Okay. Well, I mean, actually, no. Never mind, because if I make gigantic, they can also called by my gigantic, because I have a gigantic in the graveyard. So going for the elf was safer, because it at least played better into imperm. Right? It did play better into imperm. I could have made it Zeus though, yeah. I could have made it Zeus. Okay, that's funny, because that's the same one that they have in the graveyard, so I can called by that. The problem is if they have a Spright. If they have a Spright, I lose. The problem is I don't think I can like steal with enemy here, because what is my top deck if I do that? What can I do if I... You know, like, what do I top deck? The only card I can top deck is Starter. Starter is the only card I can draw. I just have to hope they don't have a blue or jet. It's very likely that they have it. Yeah. The gamma was too busted. Yeah, I'm gonna save us sometime. It's not winnable. That gamma called by was gamma called by imperm, 2 life twin starters, and a Spright extender. That was a little bit too much. Is Runick Spright still the best variant of Spright? I think so, yeah. Elf was still negated by Called by the Grave. Their elf was negated as well, but yeah, but they didn't need elf. They would get everything else. Alright, go second, no hand trap, 3 normal summons, bug. Looks like we're switching to Runick Spright, because I'm desperate. If they have a Spright monster, I'm out of here, and we're switching to Runick Spright. I'm done. Yep. This. Like I said, Diamond 3 speedrun, hey. Bro, today is such a terrible day. Why is today like this? What is going on? What did I do this today to deserve all of this? What did I do to deserve all of this? I don't think I did anything to deserve that. Nah. Okay, discard smashers, good. That's a good sign. Well, sometimes it's just a bad day, dude. Sometimes. Next card, Runick tip. No, blue. Okay. Play Flu, being immune to Maxi is so satisfying. Yeah, but like, not playing a shit deck is also pretty satisfying. Average Runick Spright board. Okay, not making Gin Buster is one set. Sometimes I just feel like I shouldn't be playing Master Duel on this day. Maybe it's just a day for like TCG meta discussions, you know? If we lose to Exo Sister, chat, if we lose to Exo Sister, Master Duel is over for the day. Master Duel is done. We don't it's over. It's done. Curtains. No. If we lose to Exo Sister, we leave. No. I will not accept it. It's a Pepe leave angle. If we lose this game, I'm building my deck for regionals this weekend. Is it just me or is this like the nuts opener as well? Return 1 XYZ you own attached to this card to your extra deck, then you can special summon that monster from your extra deck by using this card as material. And it has Michaelis. Okay. They have a Solemn Judgment as well. Let me quickly change category to Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game. And take that shit out of my stream title. There we go. Okay. All right. There we go. All right, cheer me up, chat. What do we do? God damn, dude. That was a frustrating day of Master Duel. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I am quite surprised. I often have bad experiences when playing Master Duel, but this is honestly one of the worst ones, I think, up until this point, dude. This is probably one of the worst sessions I've ever had playing freaking Master Duel. I'm giving up. I'm not strong enough to handle it today. I'm not strong enough to handle it today. All right, so we're gonna do some TCG. We have two things we can do. Or three things rather. One of them is, someone said there's new cards that I can react to, but I don't know which ones those are, because on YG Orc, I don't see anything new. You can check my Labyrinth profile from the Dutch Open. I mean, I'm just taking a look at the spreadsheet here in the background. I'm not sure if there's much that we haven't seen yet. You say Dutch Open. It's not here. I don't think this thing has been updated. I did see that FUM updated his FUM has uploaded his Melfi Spright list from the regional, the updated one, but I don't think it's that much different. Hold up.
Yo, what's up, guys?
It's like,
last weekend, I attended. Just explain.
it's pretty much the same list that we already looked at, but it's just Imperm instead of Eclipse. So there's nothing crazy going on here. There's nothing too crazy going on here. Also, he went 8-0, but someone said he won 7 dice rolls, which is like, I mean, you know, good day, but I don't know how well the deck performs if you don't do that. So that's that. There's a Despia deck profile, which I don't think we've seen, but there's nothing crazy here, I think. It's just standard Despia, no? Says 6 in the deck profile. That's still way above average, I would say. That's still way above average. But there's nothing crazy. So I guess what we can do, one thing we can do is prepare a little bit for that regional I have coming up. Prepare a little bit for that regional that I have coming up, and then we can use like the last hour for to get ready for the Springans gameplay we do next week. So this is what we ended up yesterday with. What do you think about Runick Plunder? I think Runick Plunder is very interesting, but I haven't tried it yet. If you want to, we can also take a look at Runick Plunder, since it didn't win the it did not win the poll yesterday. I'm not opposed to it. Where's Droll? Droll went to go get some milk at the store, and I don't know if he's gonna come back ever. There was a Springans that topped the regional. If you have a list for that or a deck profile, I would be very glad to look at it later. Would you say tier variants are more for casual play now? I think Tearlaments is a deck that can still function on like locals or regional level, but overall, I don't think it's a top tier. I don't think it's a top tier threat, no. You know what? Let's actually look at Runick Plunder. Let's look at Runick Plunder. It did top the YCS, so I'm gonna just quickly copy that as a baseline.
O cara da Dunk Ritual, tá? Que me deu esse prêmio de super bala, que é o bicho louco. É bem caro, inclusive, mas se algum de vocês quiser, é só entrar no site.
And I think we can give it a try.
E vamos lá, pro deck. 40 cartas.
Because I do love me some Runicks. So we have 17. I love that for us. Love that for us. Okay, Runick. 1, 1, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, and 2. Beautiful.
Foi legal. Acho que eu não diminuiria o número de carta bonita, não. Gostei dessa region.
The Springans deck is in the spreadsheet. Muted though. We forced him to use English, and his English is pretty bad. Yeah, no problem. Okay. And now for the Plunder cards. I remember talking about this and wondering why there's only 2 golden hairs, but I guess we'll find out in testing. So Plunder. 3 of this, which is the one that when you discard it, it summons from the deck, correct? 2 of this, 2 of this. I think it's 2 of all the other ones. As well as one trap and 1 shipyard.
Acho que dá pra ter jogado assim. Acho que provavelmente era melhor. Eu tenho pouco de receio de comprar ele, mas ele é o pior de todos de comprar. Então talvez essa foi ter jogado com menos. Agora, ninguém de Kaiju.
And then there's a Kaiju engine, which I do like that idea in this format. I think that's a good idea. So we're playing Earth, Water, Dark. Earth, Water, Dark. Wait, Earth, Water, and 2 Slumbers.
Tipo, eu concentro a toca aqui.
I'm not sure about the ratio on 3 and 2 and then 3 rivalries to make it 40. Alright, love me some floodgating. Hey. Okay.
No side deck, aí dá overdeck no cara. Basicamente é meu chão.
Quickly show me the extra deck. We don't need to use a side deck for now because it's all just, you know, auto wins anyways. So for Runick, we have 2 and 2. Coral Dragon.
O Dragon, que eu não sei porque eu chamo de Oriente Dragon todas as vezes.
Oh, it's 3 Hugin, only 1 Gary. Okay.
Do Jorjão. 2 Van. 2
Ships, 1 Jord, 2 Synchro, 2 Fusion, and 2 XYZ, and 3 of the Link. Okay. Plunder. 3, 2, 1, 2, 2. Alright. Alright. Now I remember we watched the standard combo at some point, but I can't remember for the life of me what we did. But let me quickly recap on what these cards do. We have Whitebeard. During your opponent's turn, quick effect, you can special summon a Plunder monster from your extra deck with the same attribute as a monster your opponent controls or is in their graveyard, and if you do, equip this card you control to it. If this card is sent from hand or monster zone to the graveyard, you can activate this effect. Special summon a Plunder monster from your deck except Whitebeard the Plunder Patrol Helm. Also, you cannot special summon monsters for the rest of this turn except Plunder Patrol monsters. You can only use each effect of Whitebeard the Plunder Patrol Helm once per turn. Okay, so this obviously combos quite well with Hugin, because you can discard it for Hugin's effect, and then you get a monster from the deck. However, that immediately locks you into Plunders, which is kind of awkward, I feel like, but maybe it's not a problem. Maybe it's just not a problem that locks you, because we don't get Coral Dragon and all the good stuff, but maybe it's no problem. You rarely discard it for Hugin. Okay, well, I'll have to find out. I have a couple of prepped DB lines showing a Plunder combo interaction if you're interested. If you have them, if it's Runick combos, then yeah, I'm interested. Okay. But that's Whitebeard. Then we have Golden Hair. You can send one other Plunder monster card from your hand or face-up field to the graveyard. Special summon this card from your hand. If this card is in your grave, you can discard a card, special summon this card, but you cannot special summon for the rest of the turn except Plunder monsters. You can only use each effect of Golden Hair, newest Plunder Patrol once per turn. Now, this is a tuner. This is also a tuner. And the other ones are not tuners. So those are your 2 tuners. Okay. Then we have Black Eyes. You can target a Plunder in your grave, special summon this card from your hand, and if you do, add that monster to your hand. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest except Plunders. So this is an extender that goes +1 if you already have a Plunder in the grave. That's quite nice. Drewski, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate that so much. Thank you. If this card is sent from the hand or monster zone to the grave, you can target a Plunder monster card in your spell and trap zone, special summon it in defense position. Okay, that seems a lot harder to do, but maybe you can do that sometimes. You can only use each effect once per turn. Okay. Plunder Patrol Matey. During your opponent's turn, quick effect, you can special summon a Plunder Patrol monster from your extra deck with the same attribute as a monster your opponent controls or is in their grave, and if you do, equip this card you control to it. If this card is sent from the hand or monster zone to the grave, you can target a Plunder you control except Redbeard, equip this card to it. You can only use each effect of Redbeard once per turn. Bluebeard. If you control a Plunder, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is sent from hand or monster zone to the grave, discard a card, draw a card. You can only use each effect once per turn. Okay. So, I'm looking at these cards and I don't understand why Redbeard is a 2-of. I can see this card being a 1-of at max. Drewski, thank you for the 4. And Fezro, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate that. Thank you for the support, guys. Thank you so much. I don't really understand why this is a 2-of. But I guess for a better understanding, let's quickly run through some of the combos, okay? Let's run through some of the combos of this deck, okay? Let's say we have 2 Runicks let's say we have 2 Runicks, and which is the best one? Which is the best one Plunder I can have with 2 Runicks? Whitebeard. Whitebeard? Okay. Whitebeard. In this case, do I activate the Runick and discard Whitebeard? Because that locks me into Plunders, right? Samplox, thank you for the 3 months. At the end of the day, you had to use your Prime, huh? Unfortunate. I think you'd want to normal it first. Okay. So you're saying in this hand, I would go activate the Runick, special Hugin, and then discard one of the other cards in my hand? RN Rice, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you as well. Thank you so much. So would we discard one of our other cards in hand here to get Fountain? Okay, we discard one. We grab Fountain. Then we activate Fountain, and then you say we normal summon Whitebeard. We normal summon Whitebeard. We synchro into Coral Dragon. And then we activate Whitebeard in the graveyard to summon from the deck, which would lock us into Plunders, but we chain Destruction, right? To summon Hugin or Geary? Hugin? So that way we can go into level 8, probably, right? So we chain Hugin, and then what is the best one to summon from the deck here? What is the best one to summon from the deck? With the Whitebeard. Bluebeard. But that has no effect. Unless, I guess we can filter for draw and discard. But we could also set up a Golden Hair in the graveyard, I'm thinking. But okay, there's no clear best one, I see. Okay, I see. I think Golden Hair into the graveyard is probably the best. Probably the best, but okay. And then we would draw 2 cards with Fountain here, right? Two cards with Fountain / 3 cards if we had discarded a Runick earlier. If the first discard was also a Runick, we will draw 3 cards here, but okay. Now, we would go with these 2 into... Wait, no. Not with Golden Hair. Golden Hair would stay. We go into Jord, right? If your opponent special summons a monster, you can add a Plunder card from your deck to your hand. Then if this card is equipped, you can special summon up. You can target a Plunder card in your grave, add it to your hand, place this card in your Pendulum Zone. Right? Do we go with this first? There's a better line in which you play Stardust Charge Warrior, chain block with Whitebeard, and summon the Plunder Synchro with Golden Hair and Geary. I see what you mean. And then you leave Charge Warrior on the field? But okay, let me still try and understand this. Okay, we go Jord over the other one, right? Let me quickly see. Bran gives everything 500. You can discard a Plunder card, target a spell and trap you control opponent banished, then add a Plunder. This is a quick effect if this card is equipped. Okay, yeah, we definitely don't make Bran. So we draw 1 here. I'm just going to put that counter on Fountain. We draw 1 for Coral Dragon. And then we're going to activate Jord. Target a Plunder Patrol card in your grave. Add it to your hand. This is only this at this point in time. And then move this to the Pendulum Zone. In the Pendulum Zone, declare an attribute, return this card to the extra deck, and if you do, special summon a Plunder Patrol token with the attribute to both players' field in defense position. So we're going to put this into the extra deck, and we're going to give a token. How do you give... Okay, we're going to give the token to the opponent, and we're going to also get a token. And that is supposed to be light, you say. Okay, this should be face down. This should not be... this should just be in the extra deck. And then do we make Blackbeard? If we have no further extension, we make Blackbeard. We make Blackbeard, and Blackbeard reads: quick effect, you can target an effect monster you control, special summon a Plunder Patrol monster from your extra deck with the same attribute as a monster your opponent controls or is in their graveyard. And then you equip that target to it and draw a card. So we're targeting itself, special summoning Liss, and this equips to Liss. And we draw another card. Liss, during the main phase, you can special summon a Plunder Patrol monster card from your hand or face-up spell and trap zone. When your opponent activates a monster effect, quick effect, you can discard a Plunder Patrol card, negate the activation, and if you do, destroy it. Then if this card is equipped with a Plunder Patrol card, you can add a Plunder card from your deck to your hand. You can only use each effect of Plunder Liss once per turn. Okay, so we could leave this here. We could leave it equipped, but we don't want to do that, right? We definitely want this thing again, right? So we put this out again. And this would, in this case, be our end board, right? If we have no further... If we have no further... disruptions or anything, extenders, this would be... We would pass on this, right? Or would we... Since both of these effects are quick effects, do we leave this here and wait? So that we get the value from the list? Leave it equipped. Okay, I see. I mean, yeah, we can just summon it in the opponent's turn. It's a little bit weaker to a Kaiju if they're playing a Kaiju. It is worse into a Kaiju if you do it this way. Hold up. Now, how does this change? So I have two questions. How much can we do if we don't draw one of the tuners? How much do we do if we don't have one of the tuners? Like if we draw, like this hand, for example, right? Normally, 2 Runicks, 2 of the non-tuner thingies. Is this just so bad? Is it this bad? Blackbeard pass plus Runick stuff. I mean, let me just play out this hand as to how I would play it. I would probably activate a Runick spell to summon here. Summon Hugin. I would discard this thing to add a fountain. And now I would not use this effect to discard and draw a card. I would not discard a card to draw a card here, honestly, because like the only card we can really discard is this thing, but I kind of want to special this thing because it's a free +1. Right? The problem I have with this opener is we cannot get the Hugin out of the extra monster zone, right? We have no way of getting the Hugin out of the extra monster zone because we can only link with it. We cannot... Like, I can make this thing. Right? Discard a card, add a Plunder Patrol card. I'm wondering why there's only one shipyard. I mean, it's a -1 at first. I mean, it's still a starter card for your plunders though. But okay. So let's break this down to what I think. I think the kaijus are not mandatory. While they might be okay, I don't think they're mandatory. Also, hold up. No, before we do this, I need to know how this works if we have golden hair instead of Whitebeard. I need to know how this works if we don't have Whitebeard but golden hair. Like in this hand, which is obviously a pretty good hand because it has Tip and 3 other Runicks, but like let's say we have golden hair instead. What do we do? Do we still just normal summon it? Do we still just normal summon it? Same line, okay. So we're getting Fountain. We activate Fountain. We normal summon it. We make Coral Dragon or Charge Warrior, but this list only has Coral Dragon. So then we activate this in the graveyard by discarding Slumber, and then we chain a Runick. The Grave effect doesn't lock you. You can discard a card, special summon this card, but you cannot special. No, it locks you. It does lock you. Otherwise, you would definitely play Barone. But I honestly feel like, wouldn't we also just play Barone here in this case? Like, we could just go activate Slumber and then make Barone. Why is there no Barone in this extra deck? You don't really need to special it. George should be enough. So you're saying just go Slumber into this, draw with Fountain, and then make Jord? Okay. I am not sure what to think of some of this. Discard a Plunder, target an effect monster your opponent controls, banish it, then you can add a Plunder Patrol spell trap from your deck to your hand. This is a quick effect. I have a hard time imagining that we're not maxing out on the tuners. I cannot see myself, if I'm ever trying this deck, not maxing out on the tuners. I'll be honest with you, because it feels a lot stronger if you draw the tuners. And I feel like if you have extra plunders, it doesn't feel like that's a problem. It doesn't feel like it's a problem to have more plunders because you can discard them for these guys' effects, right? Like some of them need them as discards, right? So I feel like not playing 3 of each of these is just throwing. The question is only how many do you play of the other ones? Because so far in all of these lines, I don't really understand what we even need Redbeard for. Someone tell me a combo that uses Redbeard. Yeah, show me one. Show me one. Is it because it's the only other one that has this quick effect? So you summon it, like you discard this on your opponent's turn, and then you... Okay, I get that. All right, I understand that. Yes, okay. So we play 1. We play 1. I'm not sure if I agree with 2 and 2 of these. Like, this card seems a lot stronger than this card. Like, Bluebeard seems okay, but like, Black Eye seems outright, like, nice. Bluebeard doesn't lock you, but like, in most cases, at the point where you want the extender, I don't think you mind that much being locked. Liz, discard blue, add white, discard white. Liz, discard blue. Okay, it's a good discard that way, I see. Okay. I see. And what about the trap card? Because I'm not gonna lie, I don't think the trap card is bad. I don't think the trap card is bad, but if I could avoid playing it, I think I would. And I've seen a couple lists play without it. I've seen some decks play without it. You can discard a Plunder, target and effect your opponent controls, then you can add a Plunder Patrol spell and trap from your deck to your hand. This is a quick effect if this card's equipped with a Plunder Patrol card. I mean, you can declare an attribute, then target a face-up your opponent controls. It becomes that attribute. Then you can take a Plunder, shuffle it into the deck, or special summon it. You can only use this effect. It's a good card if you are set up. Right? It's a good card if you are already set up. Like in the grind game, it feels like a very good card. You could play two. That's what I was thinking. Like you can play two field spells, and then you still have another target for the Merc if you draw one of them. Do you need more grind game in a Runick deck? That's what I'm thinking. I don't think you do. I'm not even sure if you need Rivalry, honestly. Because Rivalry feels like only good if you are already winning, which is the scenario where you go first and you summon Jord. Do I really need a Floodgate for when I go first and summon Jord? Like, I know it feels good. Like, I know it feels good to give them a token and be like, here, Rivalry, you can't play. But do we really need it? Unironically, I don't think we do. It's a good card for going first, but I'm wondering how good the deck is going second. You know? Play White Howling to be based? What is White Howling? Ah. No. Metal Foes Fusion is free in this deck. Metal Foes Fusion does feel nice. Because it's just a free discard. We could also play more Runick. I'm trying to think what the best non-engine for this is. One thing you could absolutely do is play some amount of Kaijus, right? Play some amount of Kaijus with some attributes. That seems like something that makes sense. But... Another card that feels pretty nice in this one is Terraforming. Terraforming feels pretty good because it can be a free fountain in case we don't have many Runicks. Or it can be Shipyard. What do we think of that? I think that makes sense. I feel like that seems good. Right? Like just the option of being like, hey, I can be a Plunder starter or I can be your fountain. I think that seems like it makes a lot of sense in this deck. And now we have 7 slots for whatever we want. I've seen people play AFD as well with Munin in the extra. AFD with Munin? That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right. Like, I feel like at the point... Because at that point, you already have to have Runicks and you already have to have tuners. That doesn't feel great. So... The thing is, a Rise Hard is a big problem for this deck, right? Like both engines are pretty bad into a Rise Hard, so we need our non-engine to definitely solve a Rise Hard, right? So maybe it just is Kaijus. The one thing we need to find out is if we play like Kaijus, is the deck still broken enough going first if we draw like a couple Kaijus? I don't know how much I love Slumber. I guess it's good in the grind game. And it's a good discard. But maybe it's this. So this is what topped the YCS. But I'm not sure if Slumber is the best card. I do like the idea of playing one Metal Foes Fusion. Because you have so many discard effects. That seems like it's nice. And then we can play Slumbers to try them. Just try Slumbers like that. It doesn't look bad. It has no hand traps. Like no Ash, nothing. I don't get why he's on Gamma Seal. I didn't think much about the Kaijus, but I guess you get a free Blackbeard if you have Redbeard. Whitebeard? Nah, it doesn't seem that great actually. The water attribute. It's just because it's the smallest maybe. But I feel like the light one does make more sense. The light ones are big, but they're both 33, right? Is there any reason to play Thunder or Machine over the other one? Do they have... Is there any difference? I guess this one has less defense. Oh. Fire is good against Labyrinth. Dark summons Merc. That seems good. Why do we want Earth? There's no Earth ship. No, there is an Earth ship. There's Jord. Let's try Fire. Do we really need all of these at multiples, chat? Like, all of these? Do we really need 3 Blackbeards? You're telling me we need 3 Blackbeards? Because I feel like we would kind of want Charge Warrior and Barone. Even Bran? Okay. This is only for game 1s now, but let's play a couple games with that. All right. So, I'm going to play against you guys as always, and the password is Josh. Cut me some slack though, cuz I'm going to have to think about my turns a little bit, but it is now time for you guys to challenge me on DB. Password is Josh. All right, let's go. All right, we go second, so we put it to the test right away. All right, I would think going first, I can already tell this would be a pretty good hand. They're playing 50 cards. I am scared. Monka Christ, what is that? Adventure Spright? Uh-oh. Please summon Gamma, please summon Gamma, please summon Gamma, please summon Gamma. Thank you. Okay, Spright combo. Now, I will say one thing. If we can't beat, like, Teleport into Gamma and Spright Blue going second with a hand like this, it's not looking too hot. If we can't beat that. Feels like that would be something we should be able to at least have a chance again with this hand. I'm also not quite sure why this deck would be better than Naturia. Because Naturia also has basically the same concept of like you try to draw a bunch of Runicks with one tuner monster. But in Naturia, you have 9 good cards to draw with the Runicks, right? You have 3 Camellia, 3 Mole Cricket, and 3 Sacred Trees, right? You have 9 cards. Here we only have 6 tuners, not 9. So we have like we just have the Naturia engine is just a little bit more efficient, I feel like. It doesn't lock you out of stuff. Naturia has 9 openers, 3 extenders, 1 brick. Yeah, and this one is 6 openers and like 5 extenders or something. Oh, a swap frog. Okay, that's probably not beatable. I'm gonna keep it 100. Freaking. Oh, nah. Oh, nah. Not like this. I think you're underestimating the power of ending on list and every plunder ship gets follow-up. I'm not questioning that if we open well and we go first, that we're winning. I do see that. I think that is a winning situation. I think having a bigger engine with less starters is something that hurts consistency and it hurts going second. This is ridiculous. That's a pretty good draw as well. Now, this hand doesn't have non-engine, but I'm pretty sure that if this hand doesn't win, it's pretty damn, like, you know, that's a pretty good hand. I feel like we should be winning this. Can we see chat? I figured for Plunder, I would leave the card effects on the field. If there's anything relevant in chat, I'll tell you about it. What did Jet find them? What was that? Double cross? No. Smashers? Starter. Added Spright starter to hand. Okay. They added starter to hand and they didn't use it. That's weird. They added starter, didn't use it, only set 1. So they're saying by sending Newman, why did they not go for double cross? So this is starter. There's a toad. I have flashing fire to bait that toad. Which I think I'm doing. The annoying thing is that they steal my flashing fire. That's kind of fucked up. Should have been in draw phase then. Oh, right. Yeah. No, because of the dupe frog. Yeah, you're right. My bad. Yeah. I'm more so focusing on my deck, what my deck does, rather than finding the completely optimal line. But you are right. Yeah, I should have done that earlier. Yeah. I mean, it's still a good hand, I feel like. So we're gonna activate Fountain. In this case, it doesn't really matter because of skip battle phase. It matters because they wouldn't get the dupe frog. Like, of course, the dupe frog isn't annoying for me because I'm not gonna attack, but it still shouldn't be there, right? It gives them just one more thing that I need to remove. I mean, I guess I'm gonna use Destruction to summon. I could also use Destruction to pop this to get another draw. But I feel like I'm gonna use Destruction to summon. And then I'm gonna go ahead and... They have double cross. They search starter. Okay. Okay, sure. Weird line. Because they kept starter in hand just as a bluff. I'm not sure how much sense that makes here. I am not sure how I'm gonna go about this. I have multiple ideas. I could go Runick Fountain, Chainlink 1, draw 1, then Hugin Chainlink 2, discard Whitebeard. Toad cannot negate Fountain, but if I go Chainlink 1, Hugin, discard Freezing Curses, Chainlink 2, Fountain, and they have Ash, I'm like super fucked. Right? Hugin, discard Whitebeard. And then not trigger Whitebeard? Activate this? No. What if I just go Fountain for 1 and normal summon Whitebeard? What if I just go Fountain for 1 normal summon Whitebeard? How bad is that? Probably not that bad. It's okay if we lock us here. So you're saying Chainlink 1 Fountain, Chainlink 2 Hugin? Discard Whitebeard, activate Whitebeard's effect. Okay. Fountain and Hugin, discard Whitebeard. No response. Okay, so we're getting Fountain. We're drawing 1 only off of Destruction of Fountain. Okay. And we are going to trigger. This does not only, it's not only extra deck, right? You cannot special summon for the rest of this turn. Yeah, so if I use this now, I can't use Slumber, but I have to use it. The Slumber is just unfortunately dead now. Imagine this being like a Talents, dude. Imagine this was Talents. It's still a good discard. Okay, so Whitebeard resolves. Whitebeard resolves, and I'm thinking it's got to be either Bluebeard, and then we link into the Link monster, or... No, it's got to be Bluebeard, right? Surely it's Bluebeard, or it's Golden Hair. But I feel like it's Bluebeard. I feel like it's Bluebeard. Bluebeard or Golden Hair. Send the Plunder Patrol. Discard a card, special summon this card. Bluebeard. Link summon. Blackbeard. Activate effect of Bluebeard. Discard Slumber. Draw a card. Then, yeah, I think it's Bluebeard. Special Bluebeard. So now, we're gonna make Blackbeard. We're gonna activate Bluebeard's effect, which is discard 1 for cost. We're pitching the Slumber to draw a card. Yep. Draw a card. This thing. Okay. Pretty sure that's like a brick. Pretty bad. Okay. Now, target an effect. Target an effect monster you control. Special summon a Plunder monster from your extra deck with the same attribute as a monster your opponent controls or is in their grave. Equip that target to it, then draw a card. We need to bait this Toad. Probably with freezing curses. Right? And then activate this effect. Right? Yeah, we can still normal. My plan is to use Black Eyes to get back a tuner and then normal summon that. But we definitely always freezing curse the Toad. The problem is they steal Flashing Fire and freezing curses. That's really annoying. It's really annoying that they do that, but okay. I'm gonna activate, I'm gonna activate a new fountain. I'm sorry for taking this long, opponent. Activate another fountain. And then we have to activate curses to add to force the Toad. Which they probably steal. Oh, think on fountain. Okay. They could take fountain away. Not the worst idea. Not the worst idea. Okay. We need to activate another fountain? I mean, not really. But it's just another Toad bait. I honestly think this is better for us than if they just negate freezing curses. They can't know this, that this is our last Runick spell. But I mean, now we get to keep freezing curses to negate something on their turn. And we also get to... They don't have freezing curses next turn to negate something from us. So I think this is a win-win for us. Okay, so we can use this now. We can use this now. They have Earth, Water, Dark. So we use this. We use this target itself. Right? And they don't have... They have a light even. I could even go for... I could go for whatever. I could summon Jord even. We want Merc. Merc. Okay. Okay. We want Merc. We can make Yord later still. So, okay. Special summon this in defense. Equip this. Discard a Plunder Patrol card, target an effect monster your opponent controls, banish it, and then add a Plunder Patrol spell and trap from your deck to your hand. This is a quick effect if this card is equipped with a Plunder card. Alright, so I'm gonna discard the Redbeard. Oh, I draw one. I draw one. There, yeah, right. I draw one. Another freaking Slumber. Okay. Then effect. Discard Redbeard, target Gigantic Spright. Oh, it resolves. Okay. Banish it, then add a Plunder spell trap. Banish it, then add a Plunder spell trap. We don't have the trap card, so we're just adding a Shipyard. I'm not sure if we want to use that Shipyard. I mean, we probably just dump that Slumber. And we still have Black Eyes, right? And we have not normal summoned yet either. Discard a card, add a Plunder Patrol card from deck to hand. Okay. So target a Plunder in your grave except Black Eyes. Declare effect. Target Whitebeard. Should have summoned Black Eyes and used Blackbeard on it to get 2 ships. Oh, you mean summon first. Okay, my idea was to keep to not tell them that I have Black Eyes, but I see what you're saying. That makes sense. So special Black Eyes, get back Whitebeard. And then normal summon Whitebeard. And now we make Liss, right? Well, we make Jord, give them a... Do we want to give them a light token? We don't have to give them a token, though. You forgot Redbeard's... Oh. Oh, I forgot Redbeard. This equips to the ship, right? And then these two just make... if this card is... Oh, I can special summon the thing now. Okay. Target a Plunder. Jord. But we don't have another tuner now. Is it even Jord here? Or is it another? Yeah, I don't think it's Jord, because we don't have another tuner. It's probably Bran. Bran. Discard a Plunder Patrol card. Target a spell trap your opponent controls. Banish it. Bounce red to reset field. With Shipyard, yeah. Black in Graveyard? Wait, which one? Affect Black Eyes. No, I don't know if I want to summon. Why would I summon? Why do I summon the Redbeard here? I don't think I do. Actually, it's probably better. Yeah. Declare Black Eyes. To summon this. Oops. And then we use this. Discard that. We banish this. Add a Plunder monster from deck to hand. Here, I don't know what we add. I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like another Whitebeard makes sense. And this is it, right? We leave it like this. This is a quick effect. This can summon another thingy from the extra deck. This is not a quick effect, but it's fine. Or do we summon a Blackbeard here? I also have no idea what's going on. Liss, what does Liss do again? Liss is the negate, right? We could have summoned Black Eye. No, it has to summon in defense. You can't summon Blackbeard. This is so it's a very confusing deck, sorry. If you're playing it for the first time. I'm not sure if we're supposed to end like this or if we're supposed to make the link here. You can tag into Blackbeard with red. I can, but then I'm not tagging into anything else, but it's probably okay. Skip, BP, and pass. In draw. Effect. Oh, okay. I mean, it was not impressive what just happened. You know? This is equipped to it, right? Yeah. And now, target effect you control, special summon. We're also going to use that. Target itself or the brand? I feel like targeting itself is better because it is smaller and this thing makes everything harder to out. I kind of want to target itself. I'm going to target itself. So this moves here. This goes to grave. We get the Omni negate. Is this only attack? This is only attack. So I'm going to summon it in attack. We draw a card. Not a plunder card, unfortunately. So we only actually have one discard. Unless I'm missing something. Oh no, we add after we use it. Okay, right. We actually didn't need to draw a plunder. Whenever your opponent activates a monster effect, discard a plunder patrol card, negate the activation. Yeah. Yes, now you can do. So we have a banish, a monster negate, and a freezing curses. Not the greatest, considering we didn't clear the entire board. But if we consider the fact that if I did the flashing fires in the correct phase, they would not have Dupe Frog. So we would have actually cleared everything except for the Reprodokus. The fact that they have Dupe Frog is annoying. Go use the red engrave. Oh. Oh, sick. No, red doesn't trigger. Red doesn't trigger because it's not... No. All good. All good. My bad. Okay, they make Phoenix. Discard Angler? We have Beavers left? Target freezing curses. Does Liz destroy? Your opponent activates a monster effect. Negate the activation, and if you do, destroy it. I feel like that's worth it. I'm going to use Liz. Discard Whitebeard. Negate, destroy, and then add a plunder card from deck. Giuseppe Pomo, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. Thank you for the support. Appreciate you. Oh, right. They can ash this negate effect. That's annoying. So we're going to add any plunder card. So I feel like a golden hair because we're probably going to discard it. That seems okay. Also, we could... What is this? If this card target a plunder in your spell and trap, special summon it. That's useless right now. Discard and draw is not bad, but I think at this point I want follow-up. I'm going to get this. And then on a new chain, they can trigger Nimble Angler. Any triggers? Okay. No triggers. Okay, then I'm triggering this. Then I'm triggering Whitebeard. And just summon a Black Ice? No, the one that draws this thing. Let's just summon that. Oh, think on white. Okay. Oh, now that's bad. That is very bad. Uh-oh. Another Gamma goes super hard here. That's very bad. If these Kaijus were hand traps, books, or whatever, we would be very safe. I mean, yeah, kind of true. Kind of true. It does feel like you would really need to get the grind game down perfectly in order to win. I feel like that was a bad Gamma. What do you mean? That feels like a pretty good Gamma to me. It stopped the ship coming out. I think it's more about the fact that it puts monsters onto their field. Because I would have been very, very efficient at keeping monsters off of their field with, like, I still have a Merc banish. Beaver 2. Yeah. Yep. No effect? Really? What's the reason for no effect? Interesting. Oh, is it adventure? Oh, it's 50 cards. It might be adventure as well. Why wouldn't you start with adventure? Onibimaru Soul Sweeper. I could Freezing Curses. You can't be out of targets for Beaver because it can summon from the graveyard. So unless they forgot that it can do that, yeah. The problem is if I Freezing Curses, it's still a Zeus. If I Freezing Curses, it is still a Zeus. So I think I'm just going to go ahead and do that. And we add the field spell again. Okay. Okay. I mean, they don't have a normal summon anymore. And I don't see a way they put a level 2 onto the field. I mean, they have starter, actually. No more quick effects. We do know they have starter, true. We know they have starter, and I'm pretty sure they also have another Beaver in hand that they added back. So, and they drew Rite of Aramis here. Beautiful. Cool. They drew Rite of Aramis here. Beautiful. So now the question just becomes, can they clear everything? Oh, they drew Griffin, and the last card is Beaver. Oh, they don't have Sprites. They do not have Sprites, I think. Oh, this might go hard. Can you show the chat? I can show the chat. I don't mind. I guess I'm hiding the effects that way, but I can explain, I suppose. There's nothing crazy going on there. Effect of this just gets an Enchantress. So they have starter. Oh, it's not looking hot. It's not looking too hot. I've already used Merc. I have used Merc on the Onibimaru. If they use Draco back to bounce the Freezing Curses, I think we just let it happen. And we hopefully can break the board with, like, Kaiju plus Slumber. I'm not convinced by the Slumber, though, yet. Even though it might save us this game. Can you read red to see if it triggers? I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I read earlier. If this card is sent from hand or monster zone, yeah, it doesn't trigger. Okay, I'm gonna take this to hand because that means that lets us add back Fountain next turn with Geary. That's one of our win conditions. Or we top deck a Kaiju and Slumber is dead. Don't say that. We would never do that. We would never do that. There is starter. All right, and that. I mean, starter means no Zeus though, so I'm pretty sure Actually, no. I'm pretty sure we just died to Mosquito here, right? I'm pretty sure we just died to Mosquito. Because, yeah. Yeah, this is already game with Mosquito. Very easily. Just make Mosquito here his game. Because Mosquito can attack, doesn't take damage, and then 3 times... Yep. Okay, well played, well played. That was close. I will say, I feel like I want to say 2 things. First of all, I feel like if we the slumbers were awkward. I feel like the slumbers were awkward, but I'm gonna try it again. Next one, chat. Give me some meta. Well, you can play whatever. Keeping starter in hand was just dirty. I don't think that's what won them the game. I honestly feel like if they don't have the dupe frog, I think we probably win that game. Okay, this hand is actually pretty good. I mean, okay, Cash Tira though. Once again, we only have 1 out to a Rise Heart. Rage, it's not it's no lands. Can someone explain why Mosquito is not played in Master Duel? I can explain that. It's not in Master Duel yet. It's not in Master Duel yet. When do we work on Spring Gans? I'm not sure if we can do it today. Okay, the Master Duel just took a lot longer than I expected it to. So we'll see if we can make it. Yes. If we freezing the Toad and keep flashing on Repidoka should deny the double cross. Oh yeah, I thought about that too. Maybe we should have started with something else. Oh. They added... What did they add? Surely Birth, right? Must be Birth. Yeah. No, they added Theosis. Okay. Because they had Birth already. Interesting combo. Interesting line. That leads to... Oh, that's a solid... That's a strong line. That's like the triple zone lock, right? That's the triple zone lock, but... Oh, no, without a Rise Heart, though. Oh. Yeah, they... No, it's all fine. The Ash was normal summon, and they just have no normal summon from birth. It's all good. It's all legal. Everything is fine. It's just that they can't, unless they have another extender, which I don't even know what that would be. Like maybe a Scareclaw Rise Heart. Not Scareclaw Rise Heart. A Scareclaw Cash Tira. Then I think they could go for some zone locking here. But like, they can banish Big Bang with this and then Diablosis me, but then they don't get a Rise Heart if they want to keep those on the field. Fenrir was summoned from Theosis. Yes. What's the problem with that? We lose 3 cards, 3 Runicks. All right. They lock a monster zone. And just make a Rise Heart and pass. Okay, the Rise Heart can't banish. Interesting. They did normal summon Ash. They did normal summon Ash, yeah. This is a tough spot. Does Gary need to go to the graveyard? When this card is destroyed by battle. No, it doesn't. I think we need to go to the battle phase. Activate Flashing Fire. Not Flashing Fire. Activate a Runick to summon Gary and attack. Crash into Barone. And then activate Flashing Fire to pop. I think it's winnable, but very difficult. I'm gonna start by using Dispelling to special. That is going to summon a Gary. That triggers Rise Heart for the first time, yes. You can attach your Theosis, I guess. I'm gonna attack into Barone. If they have Book, we're mega screwed. I only play one Gary because I copied the list, but I think it's hardly correct to play more. Well, this also triggers targeting that. If they Barone negate, we can pop it with Flashing Fire. And then if they have Lance, we scoop. I think that's the story of... That's literally how it goes with freaking Runick. This format. It's like... Always freaking... Yeah. Oh, I take more damage because of the Kashtira field spell. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 attributes. I take 400 more. I could Destruction the back row. Oh, I could actually go Destruction first. You attach. Attach from Arise still. Now I can go Destruction the back row, Flashing Fire the Arise Art, Terraforming for, you know. The thing is, if I Destruction first, the Destruction gets banished. Then I go Flashing Fire. I lose to the Birth. Oh god, it's so disgusting. How do I play through any of this? I don't think I can. I just have to hope this is not Lance. Destruction, Flashing Fire. I have to Destruction the Birth. I guess I go Flashing Fire first. Target a Rise Hard. Yeah. That works, right? I think that works. I don't see why it wouldn't. So this does get banished face down. Then this gets destroyed. We banish Mourner and Prosp. Should have done it in chain to when he tried to attach. That was in the damage step. I could not have done that. And now, now we just go activate Terraforming. It just, the last card in hand can't be Ash, or this can't be, like, I don't know what that should be. Don't tell me you have Ash, please. I can chain block. I can chain block. But I do have to Runick Destruction Birth. Which is very annoying that you just have to do that. Otherwise, being able to just, like, do that would be much better. Birth, Ray Soth, Unicorn. Okay. If you use Terra before, you could pop the set because Birth won't be alive. Oh, you mean... Oh, I see what you mean. Let this be banished by a Rise Hard. Let this be banished by a Rise Hard. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's a nice play. All right. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I'll let you lock a zone. And then activate this to summon. One Fountain, two Hugin. And I guess we need to draw like a god here. I mean, exclamation mark playlist for the playlist. I guess. I think we still summon. Yeah, destroy as many as possible, which we did do that. We did destroy a bunch of. Fountain, Neg, then Slumber. No, I want to summon. I want to summon. I need to draw. I need to summon Hugin and then top deck like a tuner. I feel like, or something like that. I don't know. I guess we give them the biggest one. No, we take the biggest one and we give them. It doesn't. I don't think it matters. Just take the light one, dude. Fountain for one. Yeah, they have a second Ash. Of course they do. That's GG. Yeah. I mean, a Rise Heart is one hell of a problem for this deck. Okay, this hand is cute, I think. I feel like we can start with this in draw phase, play around Lockbird that apparently everyone's playing, pitch Fusion. Grab Fountain. Now that this worked, we can theoretically, we could terraforming for Shipyard now and then grab a tuner that way. I think that's good. And then discard a card to add Whitebeard. Normal summon Whitebeard, overwrite Fountain. What do you mean thinking? Okay. Here we make the Coral Dragon. Declare this effect. I don't know why I didn't use Metal Fuse Fusion yet. Could have. I guess I don't want to draw into it. Chain Slumber. So I'm gonna grab Hugin. I'm gonna summon. What was it that I summoned here? It wasn't red. Was it golden hair? Golden or Bluebeard, right? Let's go for blue. Well, let's go for golden. They do have Ash, annoying. But it's okay. As long as we find another Runick, we can still do everything next turn. Make Jord. Effect Coral. Add a Plunder. No. Target a Plunder card in your grave. Add it to your hand. Okay. Effect. Target this. Add to hand. Place in scale. Activate effect to give both a token. Light. 2 extra deck. Link these two off into a Blackbeard. Activate Blackbeard, target itself. Move. Special summon list. Draw a card. Alright. And then just pass, I think. Just pass here, I think. Oh, wait, no. Fusion. Effect fusion to the deck. Shuffle, draw. Okay, another Whitebeard. Yeah, I think it's just a pass. Rite of Aramasir. Yes. That token is Earth. Okay, that doesn't give me anything. Go for Bran? I can't go for Bran. Oh, they have Ash Engrave, actually. I could go Bran, but I have Destruction. I would rather not. It's fine. You can go. I will Destruction that. Banish 4. So you're telling me the one game I get to win is the mirror match? Is that what you're trying to tell me right now? You are telling me that the one time I win, it's the mirror match. God damn, it counts as a plunder monster. This is ridiculous. I mean, yeah. Go for it, Chief. I can see why, as soon as you get the hang of this deck, though, it's quite fun. I can understand why people are fans of Plunder Patrol. It feels like a very interactive, very cool type of deck. I have to admit that. Oh, come on, dude. They just have everything. I guess, I mean, I let them bounce, and then I go, I just, in response, bring back the Blackbeard. Yeah. Unless they bounce Fountain, that'd be really annoying. Well, I only have Freezing Curses I want to use. They bounce Fountain, of course. In this case... What do you think? How much would it be worth to use both of these to banish 6 cards off the top of their deck? How likely is it that that annoys them a lot? Or like banish 3 and summon 1, like wasting these in hand. Because I could go Gary just to make sure they cannot kill me, or like make it unlikely. Or one thing I can also do is I can go Hugin, discard Whitebeard, and summon out the one that summons. I feel like I want to do this. I feel like I just want to do this. I don't know if I need to slumber the list. Yes. I could slumber the list. I'll slumber the list. Okay. So that's banish 3. And that summons Hugin. I have an important question about the Edison tournament in Karlsruhe. Hit me with it. Banish 3. And then this goes to hand. Okay, we've banished this, which I haven't read, and I don't plan to do that now. Okay, so Hugin effect. Discard Whitebeard. Add Fountain. That was a lot of tips on top of my deck. Okay. Add Fountain. Whitebeard effect. Summon Redbeard. And then I can use Redbeard immediately. During your opponent's turn, special summon a Plunder from your extra deck with the same attribute as a monster your opponent controls or in their grave. And if you do, equip this card you control to it. So far they have Earth, Light, Water, Fire. I could just get a Fire thingy because I already have the Blackbeard. So I feel like going into Blackbeard with Liss feels a little pointless. I could also go for Earth. What does Earth do again on the other effect? If your opponent special summons, you can add a Plunder card. Then if this is equipped, you can special summon a Plunder monster from your deck. Oh, I like that effect. Move. Summon Jord. I'm just going to move these to where they're equipped. That makes more sense. Just for, you know, not optimal, but... So we have a monster negate, and we have this thing, which triggers if they special summon. Add a Plunder Patrol card, and special summon a Plunder from deck. Pretty good. Because it can summon Whitebeard, and that can also tag out even further. Now, what was the question for the Edison event? Did they post it? Or did I miss it? Do the cards need to be original ones from that time, or are reprints all right? No, reprints are fine. Reprints are absolutely legal in Edison. They use Bluebeard, and I'm gonna use Jord. I'm gonna use Jord. So Jord is gonna add one to hand, which I'm pretty sure I want that one to be this thing. And I'm gonna special summon a Whitebeard from deck, because that means I can tag out even further. Is it not pronounced Jord? Maybe it's Jord, I don't know. So they drew and discarded. Another Bluebeard. I don't see how they win. I hope that's not famous last words, but I feel like that's kind of impossible right now. Normal summon, golden hair. I guess they can synchro with these two into something. What does the synchro even do? Bran would be big. Bran would make their shit big, but they would probably just attack my list twice. Okay. Will you attend the tourney or will you just host it? That's not been decided yet. They're still working on, you know, the different ways we could do it. Like, there's only 3 possibilities. The one possibility is I'll just be commenting it on my Twitch stream. The second possibility is we find other commentators and then I can play. And in that case, they can just the 2 options are they either have me as the feature match for the entire day, so like they set up the camera and I always play it's always my table, or we do a regular, you know, feature match stream thingy. Dragite. Oh, really? A Dragite. Okay. Sure. I mean, Hugin also protects. No, it doesn't. But like, even if they attack list twice, I can still tag this out into another list because they have... No, they don't have a light monster anymore because the token is gone. Ooh. The token is gone. The token is gone. I see. Sec. I think I need to summon from this. Special summon a Plunder. I'm gonna summon this. Yeah. And then you can go battle phase. What's your opinion going for Branded Despia going into the Nats format? Keep in mind Cyberstorm Access support. I haven't looked at it with Cyberstorm Access support yet. Okay, it attacks here. I mean, I'm using the effect and summon. Did they have Ash? They did have Ash, so I can summon a Bran. They're not attacking my list twice. That's interesting. They're just attacking this, but that's a double. No, all other. Okay. Okay. 500. This goes to grave. Effect of this. I just do this, right? When your opponent activates a... Yeah. Effect. This card. This. Destroy and add. I guess another golden hair. Oh. I don't add. Up. My bad. Beep, beep. He's okay. Rose Bayani, thank you for the prime. I appreciate the support. Thank you. Oh geez, let me update that sub goal. We have been losing subs today. Okay, let me update that so we might get to hear a little remix action before. Okay. Okay, we've won the mirror match. We have won. We've achieved the win. We've achieved the win, but it has been the mirror match. Okay, let me try one more that's not the mirror match. Give me another meta deck. Give me another meta deck. Okay, nah, that's not what I'm asking. Okay. I mean, hey, Napian, I appreciate that a whole lot. Hey, thank you so much. I guess that works, I guess. There you go. Thank you for the 10. Okay, good hand. Going first. I'm happy. Draw phase. Activate curses. Oh, it's ruined again. Easy clap. It's kind of still a banger. It's kind of a banger still. Okay, well. There you go. Chipmunk. Oh my god, Chipmunk Lithium is insane. Chipmunk Lithium is crazy. It goes so hard. I feel like we normal summon Golden Hair if we have both. That way we can later on tribute discard the Whitebeard for the Golden Hair. I don't know why this is happening, by the way. I had no idea it was lithium. It is lithium. Add. This. Banish Uno. Alright, we're playing a Runick mirror match. Distracted? No problem. I would be distracted too if the Chipmunk remix was playing. That's very understandable. Okay. I'm gonna activate Smiting Storm, and I'm actually thinking I'm chain blocking this fountain. Cause like Fountain 1, Hugin 2. I'm gonna grab just in case they play Ash. Because I mean Whitebeard summon is still good enough. I think as long as we draw three here, we're big chilling. Okay, we've drawn the brick again. That's not great. But we can just trigger Whitebeard. Trigger Whitebeard, summon Bluebeard. This is why many lists on 2 black. I think it's fine though. I mean, it's not that important, I think. I don't think it's like the end of the world that we drew that. This card annoys me. One of each tuners are enough? No shot. Effect. Add back this. Move. Move! Effect. Move. Ooh, extra deck. Special summon Blackbeard. Now I can actually... yeah. I can actually... Before I use Blackbeard, I can extend. Like, I can bring back the golden hair, right? Discard the Redbeard, which equips itself to the thingy, right? And then I can... Instead of... We do trigger Bluebeard. We trigger Bluebeard, discarding Slumber again, because somehow, like, screw that card. Draw just the tip. And then we can go for Golden Hair. Special summon itself by sending Redbeard. I'm freestyling right now. Then Redbeard equips itself to Blackbeard. Then we use Blackbeard's effect targeting our Golden Hair. That summons Liss now. I guess an attack is better, really. Move here. Here. Draw. Was that better than this? And then we can Liss bring back this, right? A cool thing you can do is summon Fusion, summon Redbeard. Equip summon Golden Hair from grave. Instead. Oh, instead of this. Okay, I see. Anyways, effect. Special summon this. I feel like this is the best line. Because now we have all three online. This is equipped. This is on the field. This is here. How is that not the best? That feels like a good line. I only play one. Anyways. Yeah. So you can do this if you draw the one Redbeard, right? I feel like that's okay. I feel like that's okay. Pat Xio, thank you for the 6 months. Welcome back. Thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Nice imperm top deck. Imperm is an interesting choice in a Runick deck. I guess I should have seen that coming and set some of my Runicks. Well, yeah, that was me being a little dumb. But okay, I guess that's fine. Normally you don't have Blackbeard in the EMZ. Yeah, I guess. In that case, I could have put... That's the one downside of the play I made, right? That's the one downside, but I didn't think of it that way. Because I knew it was a Runick matchup, so maybe it was better to have to just ignore. Yeah. And they hard drew Fountain as well. Okay, that's looking like... Yep. Yep. And flashing. Oh, okay. We're just not drawing. We're just not drawing right now. Okay, I see how it is. I mean... I can't do anything, right? I mean, I can use this. I can summon another list right off the bat, but I can also do it on res. Yep. Okay, we've lost both 2 kaijus, so we can't use a slumber anymore if we draw it, but... Why wouldn't you use the summon? Oh, right. This thing. Yeah. I forgot about that one. I thought, yeah. On res, I will use this target itself. Very annoying that you have that too. The chain this. So we just make another list. And they negate our black beard for 3. So they've drawn Fountain, Destruction, Freezing Curses, and Flashing Fire. Pretty good Runick hand so far. The question is, what are they mixing it up with? The way they sounded like they knew what Plunders are doing, so I'm assuming this is another mirror match, which I specifically asked you not to queue another mirror match, but okay. Anyways. Maybe it's Neteria, and they just know what Plunder does. Ooh. Hyperia effect. I feel like I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do this. And we get to add a Plunder. Any card, right? We get to add any Plunder card. So I'm gonna add the extender, I think. And we're gonna trigger this for the this. Oh, okay. Fine. I'm gonna start by using this to target itself. I want to move it out of the extra monster zone. Okay, unfortunate. They're not letting me do that. How can I manage to protect my fountain from... Oh. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I mean, we win that. Yeah. I mean, the thing about Runick mirror matches is like the Runick mirror match, if both players are capable, like the player going first is at such a huge advantage. The player going first has such a big advantage. You have to. Hyperia is mandatory. Isn't that the case for all matchups? No, there's certain matchups where going second isn't the biggest problem. There's a bunch of matchups actually where going second doesn't matter that much. It's like, I feel like I can understand why you would think that, but I think for the most part, it's not that important in many times. Honestly, I understand why people are liking the idea of kaijus in this deck, because it gives your opponent like the according attributes and whatnot. But honestly, in all of these past games, none of that ever mattered. I don't think you want to actually play kaijus in this. I mean, they're good this format, so like maybe you still want to, but like Slumber sucks ass. Slumber sucks ass, and so you have like 6 non-engine slots. Everything else seems fine, honestly, like ratio-wise. Kaiju is better in Adventure when you can attack over them and bounce them back to hand. I could see that. Yeah, I could see that being a thing. I could see that being a thing. One card that seems pretty nice is Talents. Because you can link off into Blackbeard with whatever you take, or you can draw a card. Like, that seems like a good... Like, I could see myself playing something like this. That feels more consistent than the Kaijus. That really does feel more consistent. The trap over one of this, I could also see. You know, I could see this. This is a more consistent way. I feel like this is a more consistent way to give your opponent the attribute that you need, rather than like Kaijus did, right? Isn't 2 talents, 1 thrust better? I mean, going first, no. Going second, I guess, because sometimes you can grab terraforming, but most of the time, no. I don't think so. But it's not a bad deck. It's not a bad deck. I think it's got some stuff going for it. I'm not sure if it's better than Runick Naturia, but it's not terrible. I'm not like I'm not disappointed, let's say, by Plunder, Patrol, Runick. Naturia feels a little bit more. Do I have a Naturia list? I do have a Naturia list here. Like Naturia, what I mean is that with Naturia, you can play 17 Runicks, and you just have a little bit more room for non-engine, right? You have a little bit more room for non-engine because this is basically your minimal engine for Naturia. You can even argue that you can play 2 Blessings, but you have room for 8 non-engine, whereas this deck only has room for 6. Although you could argue that Metal Force Fusion, it's 7, right? Nah. But Naturia has more of the good starters in relation to each other, I think. Like, Naturia has you have 3 Camellia, 3 Mole Cricket, and 3 Sacred Tree that are like your broken draws. Whereas in Plunder, you have only 6. If you want to count the field spell, then you have a little bit more. But I think, yeah, you have less. And then one advantage of this version, though, I feel like, is that your quote-unquote bad draws, right, are not as bad as the Runick, as the Naturia bad draws. Like, if you draw only Runicks and a Sunflower or a Blessing, that does nothing, right? Literally nothing. Whereas here, if you draw one of these, right, a Black Eyes, a Bluebeard, or a Redbeard, you can at least summon this guy, right? Like, that's at least A+, right? You can at least summon one of these. And if you go second, that might even be good enough, right? Because if they already have monsters, or if they already have hand traps, like, you just summoning Blackbeard might be fine. So there's that, right? So it has some stuff going for it. I don't hate the deck. I really don't hate the deck. All right. we are nearing the end of the stream, chat. We are nearing the end of the stream. Before we hop off, I want to remind you that we now have this channel where we have all the bonus content. We now have a channel for all the content that doesn't end up making it to the main channel. So if you do me a favor and all subscribe to that channel, where the editor has started uploading all kinds of clips, reactions, all types of good stuff. So you can like click the link in the chat right now and subscribe to the channel. As well as if you're not subscribed to the VOD channel yet, I'll also link you the VOD channel. If you ever miss a stream, we are starting to upload very frequently on both of these channels. So make sure to subscribe to these as well. And on the main channel, the stream is ending, but I'm leaving you with... You guys are going to be the first to be able to watch this video. Hey, I'm going to publish a video on the main channel right now. There we go. It's public. It's not something from stream even. I recorded this one off stream. So there you go. New video on the main channel is up right now. Link is in chat. You can go watch it. Hope you enjoy it. Without further ado, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for everyone that followed. Thank you to everyone that subscribed. Appreciate all the support. No raid today because I want all of you to go and watch the video, okay? Go and watch the video. Link is in the chat. Link is in the chat. Thank you for watching. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Hope you enjoyed the video. Go ahead, like, comment, and subscribe it. Shoot it to the moon. And I will see you guys next time. Or maybe even if you're at the Cologne Regional. If you're at the Cologne Regional, then I'll see you there. Hey, and then, yeah. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And...